Good morning, everyone. Rise and shine. We are back with yet another season of The Future is She, an initiative of the Times of India. This year, on the theme of inspiring inclusion, a subject that spotlights on the many disparities that exist in the society today with women, inspiring stories of resilience, breaking glass ceilings, challenging status quos, and paving the way for many to follow are the empowering women we dedicate this day to. Season 3 is curated with discussions, fireside chats, and talks on all aspects equal. Are we valued enough? Do we count? What would it take to move that needle for a more inclusive existence? Are some of the questions we deliberate upon today, with eclectic panels cutting across sectors and cross sections of the society, with sessions on family business women, women in energy, women in STEM, safety, security, corporate leaders, women in sports, entertainment, and all. So sit back, revel in their stories, get inspired, do your bit while we take you on a path to inspire inclusion with The Future is She, Season 3. So let's say, hello, inclusion. We start early, just like any other day, with a talk on wellness with Insha Arora, a health coach. So let's get it.
Hi, beautiful ladies. A very, very good morning to all of you, and a happy Women's Day as well. Now, this Women's Day has to be really special because, like Winnie said, we have to take care of a lot of inclusions. Like, we need to consider a lot of inclusions and make sure that we set the right path to, attain, good health and everything. So today, I want you all to first take a pledge to take care of yourselves. Because I think as women, we prioritize everything pretty well, except for ourselves. I don't think that we give ourselves that kind of priority. And I think we need to really do that. And I'm going to teach you how you can prioritize yourselves in a very, very easy way, in a very less, time consuming way as well. Yeah.
So,
So,
Insha, before we start, I think the audience would definitely like to know who you are.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
I will do a quick introduction, Insha,
Sure.
and the stage is then yours. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Insha, for being a part of the Future is She, season 3. I know I can see you started really well this morning. It's great. Thank you again for being here, and it is an early start to the day, and it feels really wonderful that you've joined us in, been patiently waiting to share your secret sauce, so to speak. So let me dive right in and introduce you to the audience, right? So Insha graduated from the Institute for Integrative Nutrition, where she learned innovative coaching methods, practical lifestyle management techniques, and over 100 dietary theories, from Ayurveda to paleo, vegan, macrobiotics, and everything in between. Right? She studied with the world's top health and wellness experts, including Walter Willett. He's the chair of nutrition at Harvard University. Andrew Weil, director of the Arizona Center for Integrative Medicine, and many others. She believes that there are only three mantras to good health, and listen in, right? Because she says, nourish, which is to do with food, sweat, which is all about exercise, and rekindle, which is about mental wellness. And a perfect balance of all of these three is what is required to help anyone become the best version of themselves. So aptly put, Insha, and really we borrowed that from you and call the session to Nourish, Sweat, Rekindle. Really inspired by you. Thank you so much, Insha. As I understand, I think your session will delve into starting the day right, understanding your body, the day-to-day fitness regime, foods that you need to include in your diet, etc., etc. Right? So that's really awesome. Over to you. and let's have a great start to the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie, for the great introduction. I'm really humbled and, I'm feeling really honored to be here today amongst all of you. Now, first of all, because I know it's an early morning session, we need to really kickstart our day today. Yeah, we need to really start it right. So I would like to start this day by doing a little bit of, like a Tabata session with you. So I'm going to play a pre-recorded Tabata session and we'll just shake you up. Yeah, we'll just shake things up a little bit in the morning so that we are all feeling a little more active and fresh for the talk that's coming up. Yeah. All right. So I'm just going to play. Okay, so before I play this video, what I want you guys to know is that it's a very small, high intensity session. All right. It has 8 exercises in it. And every exercise needs to be done for 20 seconds and then 10 seconds breather. And for those of you who have any kinds of injuries or, heart issues or maybe knee pain or back pain or anything as such, then please avoid doing these exercises and instead just do a spot jogging. Or if not spot jogging also, then just march at your own places, yeah? So I'm going to start the video now. Here we go, man. Okay, I hope you guys have been able to follow along. I know there are few of us right now, but did any of you try doing this along with the video? Tenzin, Pooja, did any of you try doing it along with it? Anyways, I hope you all are shaken up, to attend the rest of the session now. And I hope that your heart rate has really, gone up. But now another thing that the most important thing that I want to talk to you about is how can you actually kickstart your day? How can you actually do it on a regular basis and be able to maintain a schedule that is. All right. So for that, let's see what we need to be able to do that. Okay, so one thing that I want to tell you is that it's not always extremely time consuming or difficult to be able to inculcate certain habits in our life. It's fairly simple. And for what I'm going to tell you right now, you need only 30 minutes of your time in the mornings, and that's it. And that's all we need to be able to set the tone right for the day, to be able to get our day going. Yeah, so let's see what all we need for that. Okay, so the first thing that we need to kickstart a day is to cleanse our system. All right. And when I say that we need to cleanse our system, this means that we need to make sure that the first thing that goes into our system is actually activating our system, not deactivating it. A lot of us tend to drink, let's say, tea or coffee in the morning, first thing in the morning. But what we actually need to do is we need a glass of lukewarm water or warm water with a squeeze of lemon, and that's all we need to start our day right. Yeah. And you know what it does? It not only does it detoxify your system first thing in the morning, it also helps with the digestion. It just sets the right premise for what's coming next in our digestive system. Then it also is a mood stabilizer. Like drinking water first thing in the morning will also stabilize your mood, set the tone right for the day, and make you feel much better. It will actually make you feel a lot cleaner, when you just have one glass of water in the morning. And how much time is it going to take? So let's time it now. Yeah, let's say you are cutting lemon and then squeezing it in a glass of water. Give it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's give it 5 minutes. That is, yeah. So that is the first thing that I want you to do. The next thing that I want you to do that is very important is to exercise. And I know that there are a lot of reasons that we always have, for not being able to exercise during the day. But I want to know some of these reasons that you girls have for not working out. If you're not working out, that is. If you're working out on a regular basis, please mention it on the chat. I would love to, chat with you and understand as to how your day goes by. All right. Okay. So now what we need to do is 15 minutes is all I need for you girls to be able to, for you to exercise. Like I just need 15 minutes of your time during the day. I just need 15 minutes of your time during the day, in the morning, for you to be able to work out and to set the tone right. And the workout should be such that it actually gets your heart rate up. It should actually get your heart rate up, and it should make you feel like you've done something. It should not be something that, is simple for you to do. If it's easy for you to do, that means it's not effective enough. It has to be something that is a little challenging. Maybe not too challenging, but definitely a little challenging. Yeah, so that's what we need. All right, so this is the next thing. Now, how do we know that, our heart rate is right and that is what we need, for our exercise to do to us? So for your heart rate to be right, you need to make sure that you're definitely hitting at least 70 to 85% of your maximum heart rate. And how do we calculate the maximum heart rate? Maximum heart rate is Did you girls get to see my video, or should I play it again for you? I just got a message saying that the video didn't play. Anyways, so should I keep moving forward? I'm not really sure as to what's going on. Okay, so should I play the video again? Should I do that? Okay, all right, I'll just keep going on. No worries. Okay, so exercise is the second thing that I want you to do. And just for 15 minutes, not more than that, like I already mentioned. Now, the next thing that we need to do is, once we have activated ourselves, we are feeling a little more mentally active, physically active, I want you all to take a piece of paper and pen and organize your thoughts. Yeah. Put your, plan your day properly, prioritize your tasks, because, this is what our mind looks like at any given point of time. There are like a million things running in our head with so much going on, so many, our thoughts are all over the place. So I would just want you to organize your thoughts in the morning, put it down on a piece of paper. And how much time is it going to take? It's going to take maybe 5-6 minutes, but I want you to do that so that it sets the right premise for your day. It'll help you with time management as well. It'll help you definitely understand, how to plan your day better. So definitely declutter in the morning as well. Take 5-6 minutes to do that. And then lastly, which is also very important, once you're done with all this, I want you to just breathe. Yeah, like literally take a breather. Like just pause for a second, for a minute, and just focus on your breathing. And this is one thing that I'm not going to talk about too much right now, because we are going to do it at the end of the session together. So you can experience, what impact it has on us to be able to breathe properly. So we're going to do that as well. So now let's see where we are at. Yeah. In these 30 minutes, we have taken 5 minutes to cleanse our system by, drinking our lemon water. We have exercised for 15 minutes. We've decluttered for 5 minutes. And we've spent just a couple of minutes to breathe in and out. Yeah. So 30 minutes is all we need to kickstart our day. And I want you women to take a pledge that you're going to do this starting today, because this is going to make a huge difference, high productivity, more energized day. Also, when it comes to hormones, like better hormone function and better digestion, better mood, whatnot. So if you can achieve all that by spending 30 minutes in the morning doing all this, then I think it's totally worth it, right? It's absolutely worth it. So definitely try doing this. And now, what I want to also talk to you about is, sometimes we feel that we're not able to push ourselves enough. And we always need that one person to keep a check on us, So I want you to actually find an accountability partner for you. It could be your husband, it could be your, your wife. It could be your husband, it could be your friend, it could be a teammate who is extremely N2, all those N2 cutlets in the team who are always wanting to take charge of everything. It could be someone like that. And also incentivize progress. If there is someone who can keep a check on us, and let's say there is a team member who has taken charge of this for everyone, you could just maybe have a star of the week, a star of the month, and, incentivize it so that everybody feels the push to be able to do something like this as well. So definitely find an accountability partner for yourself to make things easier for you to be able to do what we have planned to do in a better way. Then let's discuss some of the healthy eating practices now. There are a lot of foods that you can include in your diet on a regular basis for you to be able to feel fresh and active. However, there are certain rules, there are certain things, there are certain practices that we need to follow to be able to set the premise right, to be able to make sure that your day goes in the right and positive direction. And I am going to talk about simple things today because I feel that when we are working, we are not focusing too much on, what kind of food we should eat, or, oh my God, I need to get this kind of a particular food for myself. We are just going with the flow of the day, right? Most of the times we don't even have time to drink water, right? That's how a busy schedule is. So I want you to be a little mindful and try and understand the basics of good health so that we can make sure that once the basics are right and once your health starts moving in the right direction, then you can do a lot more, with your health. So first and foremost, the most important thing that I want you to do in terms to healthy eating practices is to make water your best friend. And by that, I mean that you should always have a glass of water at your table, at your desk, and I want you to keep sipping onto it throughout the day. It should never go empty. Yeah. So if you have an office boy in your workplace, just tell him to, help you with that, or maybe keep a couple of bottles at your desk so that your glass never goes empty. It should always be at least half full, if not full. Yeah. So start with that. Definitely keep sipping onto water throughout the day. Your target should be at least 2 liters of water, on any work day during your work so that your body stays hydrated. And another reason for that is that, a lot of times, that feeling when we feel like we're going to eat something, but we just don't know what it is, right? You'll feel like, oh my God, I'm craving for something, but I can't put my finger on what it is. So such kind of cravings are actually nothing but your body's need to drink water. And most of the times we misunderstand, this bit of, these signals that our body is sending to us, and we keep stuffing it with, whatever comes our way. But actually our body is just asking for a little bit of hydration is what it's doing. Yeah. So that's why we need to make sure that we drink water more often and we keep sipping onto water during the day. Then the second thing that I want you to do is to try and balance your meals. A lot of us just run to a certain category of food, a certain kind of food. Most of us, whenever we are at work, we are probably focusing on, let's say, carb heavy foods or whatever comes our way. Of course, we don't have a lot of options, but this is what your plate should actually look like. It should have more vegetables, yeah, a decent amount of protein and a decent amount of carbs as well. It should not, a lot of times what I've seen is that there'll be like a lot of rice and roti and, a little bit of veggies and maybe, a little bit of protein as well. But it needs to be the other way around. It has to be more of vegetables, more of the good stuff, more of the fresh produce and, some protein and definitely a little bit of carbs as well. Yeah, so we need to balance our plates by all means. Then the next thing that I want you all to definitely be mindful of, especially when you're working, is to fill in the gaps. A lot of times what I've seen is that, during meetings, in between meetings, if your day is extremely busy, then a lot of us go without eating for more than 6-7 hours. The gaps are really, really long. Let's not try and do that, because what will happen as a result of that is that if you keep your body hungry for too long, it's not going to want a salad after that. It's not going to want something, that gives you energy slowly. It's going to want something that gives you instant energy. So you're definitely going to run to, let's say, a bar of chocolate or maybe a pack of cookies or, maybe a bag of chips. You are not going to want to have your proper meals, if the gaps between your meals are too long. So definitely fill the gaps. And the best way to fill the gaps is to keep some kind of dry snacks handy with you, the healthy ones, like some nuts, maybe some almonds, some walnuts, or maybe a banana, or maybe some other fruit, just keep such things handy in your bag so that whenever you feel like the gap is, above two hours, definitely fill in the gap. Definitely have something or the other to fill that gap in. That will make a huge difference in the way we eat and what we eat as well. Yeah. Now, the next thing that I want you to do is, now this is very important for us to understand. A lot of times we feel that, we have to eat healthy only. But I can understand sometimes the situation is such that you don't have too many options. Yeah, but let me ask you this question. So I'm going to give you a scenario, or let me not give you a scenario. Let me just tell you. Okay. So, for example, at work, one of your teammates has a birthday party, and they're calling for some food for you guys. Yeah. So most of the times that I've seen is that, especially in Bombay, it's either going to be like a vada pav or, something like that, a samosa or something like that. Now, if you have to choose Indian snacks, like there are healthier Indian snacks as well that you can choose from. So instead of a vada pav, maybe go for a chaat. Yeah. Maybe go for a chaat, or maybe go for something like a ragda. Yeah. So there are many different options of, at any given point of time, we have to make sure that we choose the better option out of the options that we have in front of us. Yeah. So that's all that we need to take care of. So better of the evils for sure. And if you follow these simple, healthy eating practices, you're definitely gonna set the right, premise for sure. Yeah. So just a couple of things, just to recap: drink water, keep sipping onto water throughout the day. Make sure that you balance your meals right. Yeah. Fill in the gaps between your meals for sure, and choose better of the evils. So these are the things that I want you to take care of on a regular basis when it comes to healthy eating practices. And now, what I want to talk to you about is something that I feel is really impacts us on a regular basis. Yeah. So one thing that all of us definitely experience on a regular basis, that sometimes drives us also, but at the same time, pushes us against the wall also. It's the amount of stress that we have in our lives. Yeah. And all of us are dealing with a little bit of stress, of course, some more than the other, of course. But at any given point of time, we should know how to deal with stress, and how being in a stressful situation actually impacts the way that we eat. So it's very important for us to understand the connect between stress and what we're eating. So that is what I'm going to make you understand today, that what is stress actually doing. Now, for us to understand what stress does to us, we have to first also try and understand what is the immediate impact of stress. When you are in a stressful situation, what is it that you feel like eating? Let's say you've just got a call from your boss. It's 4 o'clock in the evening, and you're planning on, going back home shortly. And you just get a call from your boss saying that, there's something urgent that's come up that needs to be done right now. And you, of course, you feel that sudden, you feel that, a little stress is sinking in. So, and you want to eat something in that moment, what would it be? Would it be, you have options of eating a salad, you have, let's say, a bar of chocolate in front of you, and you have a bag of chips. What do you think you would run to? It's most definitely not going to be a salad, right? It's either going to be like, a bar of chocolate, or maybe a bag of chips. So now we need to understand that if we're running to certain foods, why are we running to these foods? Like, what is going on inside as a result of stress that is causing us to eat these foods? Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit. Now, this is what I want to explain to you. Yeah, the immediate effect of stress. What happens when you are in a stressful situation? What is happening inside your body? So let me explain that to you a little bit. Yeah. When you are in a stressful situation, your body is sending signals to your mind saying that something is not right. You are in an emergency situation. You need to either run or you need to fight it. Yeah, so your body goes in the fight or flight mode, which means that, you are getting prepared for the worst that's coming your way. Imagine you being in a jungle and a tiger chasing you. So it's that kind of a situation. Whether the stress is less or more, it doesn't matter. But that is the response that is being sent to your mind by your body. Yeah, that I'm in a very stressful situation, like it's an emergency situation. So we really need to either fight or flight. Now, in that situation, when your body is in that emergency mode and it's trying to really be able to deal with it in the best way, you are going to definitely need foods that, first of all, give you instant energy. And secondly, foods that make you happy. Yeah, so these are the two kind of instantly happy. These are the two kind of foods that your body will run to naturally when you are in a stressful situation. Yeah. So we all know what kind of foods give us instant energy, right? There are certain kind of foods that give us instant energy, which are, of course, all the junk foods available for us, right? So those are the kind of foods that give us instant energy. But what kind of foods make us instantly happy is what we also need to understand. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to explain to you right now. But before I do that, I need to explain this. I need to show this cute little guy to you, which is also known as a neurotransmitter. Now, this neurotransmitter is, so there are millions and millions of neurotransmitters inside our body, which are responsible for different things that we do. Yeah, so each neurotransmitter is responsible for different activities that we perform. So for example, raising my hand or moving my head. All these actions are controlled by different neurotransmitters in our body. But there is one particular neurotransmitter that makes us happy. Yeah, and not just that, this neurotransmitter makes us happy by the kind of foods that we're eating. It's that kind of neurotransmitter is actually coming from the foods that we eat. Yeah. And this neurotransmitter is called serotonin. Now, serotonin is something that a lot of foods release, but what kind of foods instantly release serotonin in our body? Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Which kind of foods release serotonin instantly in our body? So for that, I'd say we all know what releases serotonin instantly, right? Whatever makes us happy, like whatever you see in front of you in this picture makes us happy instantly. Of course it does. But what we also need to know is what happens after some time of eating such foods. Yeah. What is happening in our body as a result of eating all this is what we need to understand. So let me explain the concept of eating such foods, eating fast foods, and the impact of these foods on our moods to you guys. Yeah. So first of all, when you eat something like this, let's say you've gone for a bar of chocolate or maybe a piece of chocolate or whatever. Yeah. Once you eat it, within 5 minutes, you'll feel extremely happy. You'll feel like, wow, this is exactly what I needed. This is what my body needed. I'm so happy I had it. After between 30 to 45 minutes of eating something like this, you will feel like once your sugar levels drop, you'll start feeling like, oh my God, I'm not feeling great. You may feel a little low. And the reason is that in the first 5 minutes, because you've eaten something like this, there is a sudden surge of sugar levels in your body. Yeah, the sugar levels suddenly go up. And then between 30 to 45 minutes is when your sugar levels they suddenly drop. So what happens as a result of that is that your mood also becomes a little, you may not feel extremely nice that time. And you may also end up getting into a guilt eating cycle where you're trying to feel better because you're not feeling great, your sugar levels have dropped. And then you may run to something extremely bad again. And then the cycle continues, So we have to be wary of that because eating all this junk will impact your mood for only a couple of minutes initially, but then they actually make us unhappy in the long run. Yeah. So we need to be wary of that. So now let's see what kind of foods actually make us happy. Okay. So the kind of foods that actually make us happy are some of the foods that are in front of you. But besides this, all healthy foods, all your green leafy vegetables, all your, fruits, especially berries, your strawberries, your blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, all such things, even dark chocolate, all these things actually make you happy, because what's happening is that these foods also release serotonin in our body, but they release serotonin slowly. And by the time, between 30 to 45 minutes of eating such foods is when you will feel that your sugar level has reached its optimum level. Sugar has reached its optimum level, and then it stays like that for a long time as well. Yeah, versus when you eat something junky, your sugar levels are obviously spiking, going up and going down. But when you eat something like this, something healthier, your sugar levels may rise slowly. They may not instantly make you feel better, like a bowl of, let's say, raspberries or strawberries may not instantly make you feel like, oh my God, this is what I needed to, feel better. But eventually, after 30 to 45 minutes of having something like this, you will feel like, wow, this is what I needed. Yeah, this is what I needed to do. And then your mood will stay like this, like that for the next 2-3 hours for sure. So those are our happy foods. Those are the kind of foods that we should definitely indulge more in, because these kind of foods make us happy, right? And what are the unhappy foods then? Of course, we know what the unhappy foods are, right? The unhappy foods are all the kind of foods that you see in front of you, and many more, that give you instant energy and give you, send that instant sugar in your body. Those are all the unhappy foods that we need to steer away from. So that's that. Now, lastly, what I want to do with you guys is, first of all, let's just go through the entire thing again. Yeah. We kickstart a day with 30 minutes. We cleanse our system. We do a small workout. We prioritize our tasks, and then we breathe. So this is what we do in the morning for 30 minutes to kickstart our day. Then we make sure that we eat healthy during the day. We follow good eating practices, which is drinking water throughout the day, keeping our bodies hydrated during the day. Yeah. And balancing our meals, then filling in the gaps and making sure that we have healthy inclusions. So that is what we do. And then we make sure that we understand how to deal with stress as well. Yeah. And how do we deal with stress? Whenever we are in a stressful situation, first of all, we take a breather. We breathe. And I'm going to teach you a very effective breathing technique that will help you deal with stress as well. And once you've done that, once you're feeling a little calmer, then we make mindful choices. Then we make healthier choices, so that we don't really go completely off track, and we don't really enter a negative emotional eating cycle as well. Yeah, so we steer more towards the happy foods, stay away from the unhappy foods, and then let's practice breathing now. Yeah, I would like to practice breathing with you a little bit. One of the most effective techniques that I have come across with when it comes to breathing is the 4-7-8 technique. And I'd like to do it with you guys a couple of times. Yeah, so I'd just like to explain this to you. In this breathing technique, on the first 4 counts, you are going to breathe in through your nose. On the next 7 counts, you are going to hold your breath for. And the next 8 counts, you're going to breathe out through your mouth. And I want you to do this at least 10 times in the morning, if not more, so that you can feel how impactful it is and how it's making you calmer as well. Yeah. So I'd like you to do this. And this brings us to the end of our session. I'd like to thank you all for being a part of it. And also, I have left a few surprise handouts for you, which will be, there on when you click on the link for the session, you'll be able to find them as well. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you, Times of India, for giving me this opportunity to reach out to all of you, and have a wonderful day. I know there are a lot of sessions lined up today, so have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you.
Insha, hi. Thank you so much. And before you log out, I just want to say that there were over 1,000 people who were attending your session live, because you were live. And there are a lot of questions that have come in. And I have that on my mobile, and I'll read out a couple of them. if you could answer them for us.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah. So there is a question from Ruhani who says, how does one measure their wellness?
See, the best measure to wellness would be in terms to how you feel. Yeah. So in the sense, you should feel like you are doing, you're happy. Yeah. First of all, you should feel like you are in a happy space in terms to you're able to deal with stress also in a better way. You are able to eat, more or less healthy foods. You are able to include better foods in your diet, and you're fairly active. So, like I said, the right combination of nourish, sweat, rekindle is what is going to tell you what your wellness quotient is. Yeah, the right amount of nutrition, the right amount of movement coming in, and the right amount of mental rejuvenation techniques as well. Yeah, like breathing.
Right. Okay. So let me read out another one. Okay. So there's a question from Gauri Datta, right? She says, as a single parent, it's very difficult to take care of yourself amongst the many chores that you are inundated with. So how would you balance that out in your life? Are there any techniques for it?
See, the only thing that I would say is that you need to definitely put yourself somewhere in your priority list here. You may not be the topmost priority, but you definitely need to be one of your priorities. And you don't need to spend a lot of time taking care of yourself. Like I mentioned earlier as well, you don't need hours in the gym, or you don't need really, too much time prepping your meals and all that. All you need is 15 to 30 minutes of your time during the day to be able to take care of yourselves. Yeah, healthy habits, just simple basic things that can just make sure that you are getting somewhere you are prioritizing yourself, and you're definitely getting your daily dose of energy. Yeah,
nice. Okay, one last question, I think, before we wind up. So that's from Rohini Murthy. She asks, how to remain fit when you hit 50?
You need to definitely make sure that you get the right amount of movement, in your day. You need to stay active for sure. So let's say you're not able to, get a proper workout done because of some health issues or whatever. Go for a walk. Go for a 30-minute walk. If you can't manage that also, just do a 15-minute, walk in the house only. Like you get up from your chair every once in 5-10 minutes, and just like take a small stroll in the house itself. Just stay active during the day. Just make sure that your movement is high. We don't have to be sedentary during the day. Even if you are in a sedentary job, you need to get up from your chair and actually be able to move around and stay active. That's what you need. That's all.
Right. Thank you so much, Insha. Thanks a lot. I don't know if you want to play out your video again, because it didn't play earlier. How long would that be? And maybe you could just end the session with playing out the video, and then
it's a 4-minute session, Vinny, and I'm not sure if I can see.
The time is not an issue at all here.
Sure. Okay. So no worries. I'll play it out. Just let me know if you can see it or not, because last time I don't think anybody saw it, right? Yeah. All right. Cool.
Just put it on full screen and play that out.
Sure. I'll just do that. Can you see it, Vinny?
No, I'm not able to.
No, you can't see it. Okay, just let me try and share it again with you guys. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen for a bit and then see if you can see the video. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure. 1 second. Okay, now can you guys see it?
Yes. Let's
Okay,
come.
perfect. I'm going to play it. I'll just tell you a little bit about this. So this video has been put together just so you can understand what an impactful workout should be like. Yeah. So this is just 4 minutes right now, but something like this for 15 minutes is what I want you girls to do in the morning. Yeah. So I'll just start the video.
Here we go in 5, 4, 2, 1, go. One.
Thank you. Thanks, Vinny. It was just to show that,
Yeah,
it
some
has
of
to be
these
like
seem
a
workable. And I love the 10 seconds rest. I think that encompasses it really well. Yeah, so thank you so much, Insha. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Vinny.
Last count, there were about 1,500 people live on
Okay.
your session. So the day has really begun right.
Awesome.
Thank you again. And
Thank you so much.
yeah, and let's hope we are able to imbibe some of these mantras that you just spoke
Sure.
about. Yeah.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot. Thank
Thank
you.
Bye-bye. Have a good
Bye.
day.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day too.
Good morning from the Times of India. Welcome to the Future is She Season 3, a celebration of our achievements and a tribute to inclusivity in this International Women's Day. I'm Sudha Natarajan, and I'm overjoyed to welcome you to this really significant event. In its third year, the Future is She continues to be a beacon of inspiration and empowerment. From its inception in 2022, our mission has been very clear: to celebrate the achievements of women, amplify their voices, and champion inclusivity in every sphere of life. This year, our theme is Inspiring Inclusion, and I couldn't be more excited. In a world where diversity is our strength, inclusivity isn't just a buzzword, it's a necessity. And through our sessions today, we aim to shed light on the importance of embracing diversity in all its forms. We have curated a series of dynamic online sessions featuring influential women speakers from various fields: the corporate and the business world, the UN Women Organization, entertainment, energy, sports, safety and security, and so many more. These women are pioneers in their fields, breaking barriers and shattering stereotypes every step of the way. From thought-provoking panel discussions to insightful talks, each session promises to be a journey of discovery and inspiration. We will hear from women who have conquered the corporate world, women who are leading the way in the science and technology fields and entrepreneurship, women who are transforming the landscape of sustainability, and so many more. So whether you're a seasoned professional, a budding entrepreneur, or simply someone who believes in the power of inclusivity, I invite you to join us for a power-packed day of inspiration. Together, let's celebrate the success stories of women, ignite meaningful conversations, and inspire change. Thank you for being a part of the Future is She Season 3. Let's make today a day to remember. Thank you. Good morning and hello once again. Welcome to this wonderful, wonderful day of the International Women's Day. And I have with me two inheritors who do not need any introduction, but let me do a brief introduction of them. We have Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, the Joint Managing Director of the Apollo Hospitals. Good morning to you, Sangeeta. And we have Shauna Khan, the CEO of Parle Agro. Welcome, Shauna. Just an extremely brief introduction to them, because I can actually speak for 45 minutes about what the two strong women in front of you stand for. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy is a global healthcare influencer. She's a healthcare technocrat, social entrepreneur, and a humanitarian. I mean, this encompasses it all. As the Joint Managing Director of the Apollo Hospital Enterprises Limited, she has advocated and influenced policy reforms. She's an acclaimed speaker on global healthcare forums around the world, including the World Health Congress. As a member of the Rockefeller Working Group, she contributes to the development of the private sector's role in global healthcare industry. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to ask questions regarding so many interesting facets of the work you do, Sangeeta. Just going on to Shauna. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Parle Agro. And Parle Agro, this 7,000 crore organization, has been built over the last several years with a hockey stick trajectory of growth, which has been propelled by Shauna. She's really been the force behind its growth through the years. She's been associated with the business from an extremely young age of 22. I cannot imagine how you did that, Shauna. And the group has diversified into various categories, has rapidly expanded its global presence with exports to over 50 countries, a truly global Indian global beverage organization. after completing her bachelor's degree in the business school in Lausanne, she joined her father, Mr. Prakash Chauhan, the executive chairman, in the family business. Welcome, Shauna, to the talk today. Let me tell you that this session is being called The Inheritors. And while I have some serious and some not so serious questions to ask both of you, I think the first one which I want to throw at both of you is that, it's great to be an inheritor. It's great to be born in a family, in a business family that already has a very successful business. But, the two of you get thrown into this business at a very young age. How do you handle, the maturity that this role would have demanded from you? Like Shauna, you joined at the age of 22. And Sangeeta, well, I don't know at what age you joined the business. It would have been equally an extremely young age. So can the two of you just spend a minute on this particular question? Whoever wants to go first.
So I would say that it comes out of experience. I wasn't very confident when I joined, but I was very passionate, and that gave me the upper hand. With my father being the driving force there, I was just thrown into the company and said, try, experience, sit through discussions, because all of this is what's going to add to the confidence as you grow. And with the kind of situations that you're faced with the kind of different people that you work with, it was all a learning curve. Initially, it was all a learning curve. And I think that's what actually gives you the confidence as you spend more and more years.
Yes. Yeah, I can quite imagine, Shauna. That's absolutely, bang on. And Sangeeta, can we hear from you on this?
Yeah, so for me, I was 21. When Dad said, I assume you're coming to work tomorrow. And that was like 2 days after I had finished my final exams. And I was always passionate about healthcare, and we were just beginning. So this was 1983, and our first hospital had not even opened. So I don't consider myself an inheritor of a business as much as someone who had the privilege to work along with him as he realized his vision of serving people. So that's really, the way we look at it, my sisters and I. So we just supported him, helped him, did what he asked for. I was, I've worked in our food service. I've been a ward secretary. I then became his executive assistant. And the business was growing literally in front of our eyes. And then we had the opportunity to take on roles. We had wonderful professionals with us, so I learned from them tremendously. As I learned from Dad, the ability to combine a vision and a passion with business principles to enable scale. So it's just been, I think, a wonderful journey.
Oh, you're extremely lucky, Sangeeta. I didn't know that aspect of your background, to help nurture and grow a business right from the start with your father as the guiding light and, as your mentor. That is absolutely wonderful. So the first, serious question that I will ask you is, are there any challenges or of gender stereotyping that either of you faced even within the family?
So
yeah,
for me, if I we'll break the order and go alternately. So for me, I think simply because I just have 3 older sisters and no brothers. So there was no question of gender stereotyping, but there was this visible thing of, we heard very often when we were children, the thing of poor Dr. Reddy, he has 4 daughters. And I think once we started working, we understood a bit more about the world and how much we could contribute. We just went out there and said, we have to make it happen. And one day, I think almost 15, 20 years ago, we heard somebody say, lucky Dr. Reddy, he has 4 daughters. So it was the ability to see the transformation in front of our eyes and really break a stereotype.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Shauna, what about you?
I think for us also, because I've got 2 younger sisters, and all 3 are in the business. I mean, all 3 of us are in the business. So there was never, I mean, like I put it, my dad had no choice. So
The same here.
Yeah.
The same here.
but the
then
best part
Shauna,
is, yeah,
sorry to interrupt you, but actually, they both had the choice of just bringing in professionals.
Yeah.
And I think we should salute the men who
Yeah.
support women
Yes.
and, treat them as equal. Please go ahead, Shauna. Sorry, I interrupted.
no, but that's so true because I mean, you're right. My father could have brought in more professionals into the business or looked at some other options. But I think the important part here is that instead of doing that, he gave us the confidence that he had the faith in us and he wanted us to join. See, that's another important factor here, that
Yes.
he was wanting us to join, and he ensured that when we did join the business, he gave us the kind of, I mean, he didn't hold on. He allowed us to take
Yes, yes.
decisions. He allowed us to try. He allowed us to fail, right? So, and failing is what also gives you a lot more confidence to be able to stay grounded in the business. And so the question of whether we felt, that the women in the business, that it was part of our culture. You have 3 women now in the business. So it's in our blood, it's in the culture of the organization.
Oh, that is so wonderful to hear. I often say that the way a woman holds her head up in society or at work has a lot to do with the upbringing, at home. How is the girl child being treated, while she's growing up, which gives her the confidence that she is able to go out and conquer the world. So I think in both your families, it also seems to be that, because there are 3 girls here and there are 4 girls there.
I know that while growing up, my dad actually used to give us remote control cars. We played less with dolls, but we had all the remote control cars. He ensured that he even taught us driving so that, at home we would sit, he would teach us how to drive, how to change the tires, to be very independent, on our own.
Yeah, I kind of had the, same experience. That dad pushed us to swim, and it was not just swim. He said, today you'll either do a perfect dive or you'll jump off the high dive. And, he'd give us challenges like this even as children, because he really drove us to become the best that we could. And empowerment, a sense of faith in what we are capable of, a constant guidance, but also very much in his case, he didn't have time. There was so much. He was a busy doctor. He was doing so many things. So it was he embedded this passion and purpose. And purpose drove us to work hard. And with that hard work, you got exposure, you got experience, and you figured out how to do it. And in Apollo also, women in the organization is very much of the culture. We have 54% women as our workforce, and our board has more women than men. So it's a really fun situation. And I think when you go in there, the beauty of it is that it's not like you're treated as men and women. You're all professionals, and you're all people who are members of the board, and that's it. So I think this has enabled a culture which I think is good for the organization.
You touched upon an extremely important point, because, I sometimes say, no, I'm not a feminist. No, I'm not about what do you mean by empowering women? Why do they need to be empowered? It is all about just looking at the capabilities of a person and and not just at as the gender at all. But yes, we do understand that there are parts of society that need a lot of hand holding. So I think for a few more years we will need to do this. So with this really strong you know upbringing that both of you have had at home, how has this translated into empowering women in your organizations also, and women that you meet in your line of work? How have you just transferred this onto them?
Shauna, you want to go first, or should I?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So I think that it's a tremendous opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity to be in a position to be able to help and empower women. For the first, I think 35 years of my life, I was focused on healthcare. Health was my complete passion. And we never consciously looked at women empowerment. It was more about, get the job done. And we're lucky that in healthcare you could have women. But over the last 5 to 7 years, I have realized that so many women are not in positions of power, have had a very difficult background, need more support. And I realized this when I was, president of FICCI, and then went on to become the president of G20 Empower.
Yes.
So in both these roles, I saw, number one, the disparity in labor workforce participation, the disparity in wages, the disparity in education, and the fact in future careers. Because while the engineering students now are about 50% women, in the workforce, you have only 35% women. The women who are dropping out are those who are now getting responsibilities. So I think for the next few years, all of us need to understand that the women are bearing the primary burden of caring for the children at home as well as the elderly at home. So in different stages of the career, they have to drop out of the formal workforce, but they continue to work very hard. So a recognition of the care economy and the importance of creating a sustainable, recognized, scalable model for supporting women to fulfill their career aspirations and for society to acknowledge the work that they do at home. I think, and then to bring in equal participation of men and women in some of these responsibilities of family. I think this is a complex subject. United Nations Women has launched the Care Economy Challenge along with G20 Empower. We did this together at our final summit. This is a global problem. It's something we all need to put our minds to. But coming back to this thing, I think in a corporation, when it's within your control, the whole economy we can't handle. But we can, slightly influence with policy or with proactive leadership moves, which show the path. And therefore, that is what I'd really like to do at Apollo, and what I'm doing and what we're working on at Apollo is ensure that women are in our leadership development programs, that we have more middle management and CEOs as women. So these are things which take some time, but with conscious steps, you will nurture more and more professional women to come in. Women as inheritors is one thing, professional women in leadership positions is another. And I'd really like to see both happening.
Thanks for that lovely answer. I mean, I wish I could just delve completely into the care economy part of it, but yes, that is an entirely new subject. Shauna, in case you want to add, or I'll ask you another question.
Yeah, we can, you can ask me another question. I think Sangeeta has pretty much summed it up very nicely. Yeah.
So, Shauna, I mean, I've noticed that in your career, you've actually, the growth trajectory has boomed so much at Parle Agro. You've more than doubled the manufacturing facilities. You've gone to different states to do that. See, one is about women being, in areas, there are certain functions in certain sectors where women are more naturally accepted more. But in areas like manufacturing, in areas like dealing with state governments, with babus, and with setting up, path-breaking facilities in other places. But what was your experience, and what could you, shed light on something that others in your space can learn from?
Well, a couple of years after I joined, we started expanding our business. We realized that we needed more manufacturing locations. So I had to get involved in it immediately. We started looking at greenfield projects where we had to go to different states, work at procuring land from the government, setting up manufacturing locations. Then we looked at brownfield projects where we were looking at taking over some other units in different states where we found land to be a challenge. So, I mean, if you ask me this is just something that I jumped into, and I was able to manage it, I say, quite well. I never looked at it from a perspective of that it had to be gender related to be able to handle this portion of the business. It was something that I saw it as always that this was part of the business and this was part of the growth story.
Okay. No, that's great. I mean, I think you've been very fortunate and extremely successful in what you set out to do. So just to continue with you a little bit longer, how would you say you've been able to strike really, a harmonious work-life balance, and how have you integrated both of it? Because end of the day, we have multiple roles to play.
Yeah, we do. We're a mom. We have to look after our homes also. And then you have your work. So there's always multiple things to do. The answer to that, I really don't know, but I think we all somehow just manage. And
I like that.
Well said, Shauna.
Yeah. So we do end up managing it. If it means waking up earlier than normal, you have to do that. It all depends on your routine. And it all depends on how you plan. And it all depends on time management and prioritizing. I think that's what works best for me. But we all make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe women are naturally better
Yeah.
planners. Certainly better time managers. Okay.
So just adding to that, I completely agree with Shauna that all of us somehow just manage. I, kind of sat back and thought about two things which I think were critical in my role or my abilities. That number one, to realize that we're not alone, and to build your ecosystem and your support system. Because when the babies are younger, they need someone physically there. Whether it's your mother, your mother-in-law, a nurse, an ayah, and an ecosystem, because each one of them individually cannot manage. So building an ecosystem of care and support around you who understand, your schedules, your priorities, your requirements. And the important point on priorities, I think I always told my children, I may be anywhere in the world, I may be traveling, whatever, but you are my priority. If you pick up the phone and say, Mom, I need you, I will be on a call or be on a flight to get back to you. So I think letting them have the security that we may not be physically there, but we are there for them and they are our priority was one thing which I think made a difference. So besides the support system and articulated priorities, I think making your husband or your spouse a true partner in this is very, very important, because if you've built, a $1 billion business, but your home front is not happy, you're not going to be successful in the end. So I think that ability to create balance, and this is a lesson not just for working women or all women, but it's a lesson for everybody, even for a man. Because if they go ahead pursuing their career without taking care of the home front, they're not going to leave a very happy home either. So I think balance is really critical in society, the balance to enable men and women in our own lives and in professional and work. Or I really believe that's the true mantra.
You've again touched upon something very interesting, because a lot of times I think women feel that they are alone and they have to do it all themselves. And it's not that the men are not willing to participate and partner you in this, but these things need to be articulated and discussed with them. Sometimes it does not come very, organically, but with a little nudge, I think it happens perfectly. So yeah, that's a very interesting point.
Yeah. And I mean, I must say my husband was a great father, a truly great father.
That is so wonderful to hear. Just continuing with you, Sangeeta, I noticed that you are also the Honorary Council of Brazil in Hyderabad. So just wanted to know, I mean, the kind of country Brazil is, and so many similarities with India. So is there anything that, you have, any observations you have between the two countries, and something that we can learn from the way Brazil is doing right? Is there anything interesting that you could observe?
No, I think there are a lot of interesting things, because you are right, there's many similarities. They do have, poverty very similar to India. They have the extreme rich. They're moving at a pace like ours. But I actually do, believe that this, except a few areas, India's done an amazing job. And there's enough for us to learn both ways. They have a strong family culture in Brazil as well as in India. And encouraging business ties between both, enabling both countries to know each other better despite the distance and the difficulty of travel has been a fun thing to do. I must be honest, I haven't done really that much. The earlier ambassador was a friend and said, just please do this. But it's been interesting, the interactions I had. But I don't think it's a major part of my life or my profession. It is an interesting part also interacting with other honorary councils, because we are beginning to see a geopolitical shift in the world.
Yes.
And that is an important aspect of how can we position India, how can we raise the awareness levels of India, not just as a country of culture and heritage, but now a country of science and technology, of empowered women, of agriculture, of concern for the environment, and an energy-friendly policy which is transforming our entire energy utilization. I think this kind of messaging and positioning brings more business to India. And business therefore raises the economy. With a rising economy and an 8.4% GDP growth last quarter is making headlines in a world which is almost going into recession. So this is our time to take this geopolitical positioning and make India a true superpower in many ways. It'll take us a long time to economically reach the per capita GDP. But the overall aspect of the growth trajectory and the way we are doing it, using technology and a humane approach of everybody move ahead, I think these are very powerful messages. So I go out into the world as a proud Indian.
Wow. That's so good. That's so nice. And again, very well said. Because if we need to reach the status of a developed nation, I think inclusion of women in our workforce is the only way we'll be able to achieve that. And there is so much that we need to do in that step. Shauna, just throwing something at you now. Within your organization, do you have any specific strategies to promote gender diversity? That's one part. The other part is that, has the culture of the organization changed a little bit with you at the helm, with women more at the helm? Have you seen a kind of shift in that? Will you be able to comment on that?
So we don't have a specific strategy. I think when we are working with our teams, we don't see it from a lens of what gender they are. I think when we approach it, it's more on what is the capability of that person and how far are they willing to push themselves and how far are they able to get the job done or, to be able to drive the organization forward. It's never whether if it's a male or a female.
Yeah.
So, like I mentioned earlier, it's part of our culture. So any of us have never seen it differently.
Okay.
So if you ask me that question, it's actually a very difficult question because even when I approach it, I never see it differently. Everybody is encouraged and everybody is appreciated. Yeah.
Okay. No, I get that. I get that because I think at least in my organization, I don't go out of the way to just make it inclusive for women because
Yeah.
to me, they are automatically included, so it's no, I can understand that. Just something else that, I just noticed briefly is that, of course, Sangeeta, your ties to Chennai, to Madras or Tamil Nadu is quite strong. But
Yes.
Shona, you also seem to have had a stint in TN. There's something a little common between the two of you. You studied in Kodaikanal.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
And anything about your experience there that you want to just mention?
Well, I went to Kodaikanal when I was pretty young. I was 10 years old and went off to boarding school. Again, a choice that I was very happy with. And it was not enforced, but something that we also wanted to do. So I think Kodaikanal, I went to Kodaikanal International School. We had a wonderful experience. I would say what it really added was that it made me very independent. When you go off and you're on your own, it gives you a sense of independence. You have to be able to handle situations on your own and how to handle those situations. Because at that time, we didn't have mobile phones, so we couldn't keep calling home. I waited for every Sunday to call my mom, and I'd be sobbing. But then I was okay after that call. When you hear your mom's voice, you start, crying and feeling homesick. And then after 10 minutes, when you're back with your friends, everything is forgotten. Although then you leave your mom worried about it and she can't then.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's so true.
Yeah.
True.
So, so in fact, I was just there last week. There was an alumni week. So
Oh,
I had taken my son there to see the school. It was just to see the school. I have no plans on sending him to boarding school.
I think our parents were braver than we are, in a sense. I think they were more, their resolve was far more steadfast than
Yeah.
we are as parents. Sangeeta, just something I want to ask you is that, we've noticed that in healthcare, especially women tend to push their healthcare needs, as far as they can unless it is life-threatening. So they put up with a lot of inconvenience and pain and, elective surgeries are pushed and things like that. So what kind of messaging would you like to give to women? And is this observation, reducing, in the sense, is it getting better in India?
Thank you so much for asking this question because it is so important. You're absolutely right in your observation is that women, tend to neglect their health. I believe that, the number of women in the country with anemia, when we find their heart disease, it's at a more advanced stage because they've neglected and they don't think they're going to have a heart problem, the same is for cancer. The world is actually facing a crisis of non-communicable disease, which is far bigger than anything we face. So it's cardiac, it's cancer, it's strokes, and it goes on to, things that which are not added but which are contributing, besides diabetes, is obesity and actually sleep disorders. And all these are contributing to a new type of ill health, which is primarily created by our lifestyle and by neglect of the overall early warning symptoms that are signals that the body is giving us. And towards this, we created something called ProHealth, which is proactive early health detection using AI. We've been doing health checkups for the last 40 years, so almost 25 million records got into this to create the AI. And I'm sharing this ProHealth because, number one, I believe everybody should have a good checkup and monitor their health. But over the last 3 years, I was just going through a review. There's an increasing trend of women coming for the health check.
Oh, that's so nice.
It used to be 80-20, and we would be requesting men, please bring your wives, please bring your mothers. But this 80-20 has now moved to about 40-60 in our health checkup ratio over the last decades because of this work we've been doing of, promoting women's health. So I'd really like to see this trend continue, see the number of people proactively taking care of their health, and understanding that so much of healthcare is within your own hands. It is about knowledge empowerment. So we've created this platform, Apollo 24/7. It has Ask Apollo. This has an AI at the back end. So much of this is related to awareness and empowering people to stay healthy, a proactive preventive health checkup so you don't wait. Because, our doctors, when we do an angioplasty and open up 5 cardiac vessels, which are all blocked. And the question is, where was this person when their first vessel started getting blocked?
Yeah.
And you see a cancer in stage 4, and you have to tell them that, the treatment is going to be expensive and painful, and the results may not be great. And you really wish, how could we have got this person in stage 1? Because cancer is curable if you find it late. We don't want people to fear cancer. We want them only to fear finding it late, and therefore proactively come early for screening. So, preventive health has become a major passion. It's always been a passion for Dad, but I'm, kind of taking this forward with the team and leading that we do so much more in proactive preventive healthcare.
Oh, good. I think I touched a raw nerve, and I'm so glad I did.
Yeah.
This data is amazing, Sangeeta. 60-40 from an 80-20 is amazing data. I mean, that is so encouraging. We have about 9 minutes left, and I think between the two of you, are there any concluding remarks that you would like to give, or is there any question that the two of you want to ask each other? Because I would rather treat this more as a discussion rather than just an interview. So is Shauna, would you like to go first?
I think I would want to end with one thing, which is I think it's very important that women are financially independent. And in order to do that, we need to encourage that women also get good education, because that's where it all starts from.
Yes.
And one of the things that there is a lot of awareness being made of, there is a lot of talk on about women not, or girls not getting the education, where the families prefer to send the boy rather than the girl. So this is one platform that, I would like to use to encourage. And if we can also create some amount of awareness of how important it is to also send women for education in order for them to have a career, in order for them to also be able to be financially independent. Because once you are financially independent, there is a lot of things that you can be able to handle and manage independently and take tough decisions as well. I think today, I am also able to do what I do is because I am also financially independent. And that is where my confidence also comes from. It's not confidence not only comes from just experience. It also comes from, are you able to stand on your own 2 feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that's that.
You know, that stand on your own feet is something that my mom told us. She would always tell us when we were young, I want you to stand on your own feet. So great point, Shauna, really.
Yeah.
In terms of closing remarks, there's so much for us to do. So for me, the biggest thing, and I would like to request Shauna and all of you to join networks of women and men who are promoting equity in society. So I invite you to join the Greater 50, which is a FICCI initiative, to please help your organization. Continuing on your point of education, Shauna, I believe that not only do we have, so up to the primary school education, the ratio of girls to boys is almost equal. When it moves into secondary school, that is when the young girls become useful at home, is when they make them drop out because they have to take care of younger siblings. So the ratio beyond that drops to almost 37%. So we need to focus there. And at the next level, while we have an equal number of women in engineering, they are the ones who drop out again to take care of the home. But more importantly, I also would like to focus on the importance of the digital divide. There is a 26% lag in digital use among women or digital knowledge than among men. So during G20, we created what was called, it was coined as India's gift to women of the world. This is our platform called techequity.com.
Yes.
And techequity.com is over 58 courses in 120 languages, completely free, sorted into 4 different persona. So if you haven't even passed 10 standard, it will still teach you something. And if you're a master's and you want to learn about AI and ML, you will find something for your persona. So I'd request all women to get on to techequity.com and to encourage your household staff, your secretary, other people in the workplace to empower themselves digitally so that they can advance in their career. The second thing that I wanted to say in closing is sometimes, we think that it's education. Sometimes it's about loans or money or access to money. And there's a lot to be done in that field because women's loans are refused far more than men. And we've done some good work, but I can talk about that another time. So, but it's not just the money. It's not just the education. And sometimes it's not even the opportunity. The opportunities exist. It is the mentorship and someone to give you the courage to say, yes, go out there. You're running a 10 lakh business. Someone to mentor you to say, hey, you can make this 50 lakhs.
Yes.
Let me help you take it to 1 crore of rupees. What is the skills you need to enhance that? So this beautiful mentorship platform, which has been created along with Niti Aayog, is available. And I invite mentors and mentees to please join. I have a young boy in Gurgaon who's teaching digital skills to a lady in Tamil Nadu so that she can sell her saris online. There are hundreds of these interactions happening. We must encourage people to mentor, to train, and many times it's just a session saying, don't worry. They ask questions, the same thing. How do you handle work and husband? How do you handle work and children? My mother-in-law needs me. She's bedridden. If I give up my job for this, I'll lose my seniority. Hundreds of these questions are coming up every day. How do we discuss within a family that if I hire a household help to take care of my mother-in-law, if I cut down my work hours from 8 hours to maybe 6 because my workplace is enlightened to give me flexi timing, I can manage both situations without giving up my job.
Yes.
I want to mentor women into understanding they have options in life. and that they have the right to protect their career, their health, their happiness, because women are important, because you are important. I think that's the primary message I want to give people, that there are hundreds of ways, and women, all of you are important. So take care of yourselves, find your friends, and make this a powerful world where men and women coexist, and we create a better world for our children.
Thank you so much. That was such a powerful message that both of you have brought to this table. I've had a lovely morning talking to the two of you, and I'm sure all of our viewers, our listeners, have also so much benefited from what we've heard the two of you talk about. Thanks. Here's to so much more, or so many more strong women coming into, the workforce, succeeding and doing really well. Have a wonderful day, Sangeeta and Shauna. It's been such a pleasure to have you on board.
Thank you, Sudha.
Thank
All the
you.
best to all of you, and happy
Thank you.
Shivaratri and happy Women's Day. It's, Shakti and Shiva coming together.
Yeah.
So it's an amazing thing. And Shauna, lovely to meet you as well. I would love to invite you to please visit our area and maybe do a factory there, so we can give more women in my area jobs. So please do come to Hyderabad, and this thing is just in the outskirts. Our village is in the outskirts of Hyderabad, just an hour away. It's actually a lovely place. So we'd love to invite you. All the best, and thank you to all, and happy
Thank
Women's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello and warm welcome to another edition of The Future is She. This is season 3. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, senior editor with the Economic Times. And in this session, I'm going to be in conversation with 3 very seasoned women achievers in the field of energy. The Power in Her is the title of our session, rightfully so. We focus on a sector where there is not a lot of presence as far as female managers, female employees, and female representation at the senior level. And how can we fix that? What can be the future roadmap to ensure that young women who are joining the workforce can change some of these statistics that I will mention is what this entire discussion will be focused on. I'm very pleased to welcome Sulaja Firodia Motwani, who is the Vice Chair of Kinetic Energy Engineering and founder and CEO of Kinetic Green Energy Solutions. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Motwani.
Good morning.
Next up, Ms. Purnima Jalihal, who is the senior scientist and heads the Energy and Freshwater Group in National Institute of Ocean Technology, is joining us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out the time to be with us.
Thank you.
And Sushma Rawatji, who is Director of Exploration at ONGC, one of India's most valuable and well-recognized companies around the world. Thank you so much for joining us, Sushma.
Thank you, Nushka.
So the discussion today, as I said, will focus on a sector where there's been well, it does worse than some of the other sectors in terms of getting women representation on board. If one goes by the IEA numbers, the energy sector has a workforce gender gap of 76%. And I think that's alarming, if nothing else, in terms of just how skewed the ratio is against women. How can we change that? What has been your contributions in terms of changing some of these numbers? Also, your personal journeys that inspired you to take a plunge in a sector that is so focused and so driven by male employees, I think is something that I definitely want to start this conversation with. And most importantly, since though all of you, of course, are part of energy in a basket as a whole, but there are different aspects that all 3 of you focus on, and I think the audience who are watching this will be greatly enriched by your insights into how why you decided to join this area, and also how you've shaped the sector and been shaped as well in the specific areas that you focused on. So Sulajaji, let me start with you, ma'am, and then I bring in some of the other panelists as well.
Certainly. So, would you like me to share my broad perspectives?
Absolutely, yes. Opening comments that can be freewheeling and also focused on how the sector that you focused on, I know you focus on one part of green energy specific to the automobile area, how that has shaped up in the last couple of years.
Sure. So, well, I'm happy to represent the auto and specifically electric vehicles, which is bringing the energy transition in this sector in this panel. And good morning to all of you, and to Purnima ji and Sushma ji as well. I just would like to say that I'm very happy to be here, because I think what I'm trying to do here is to kind of change perceptions for the women who might be listening to us on this discussion. The auto sector has been traditionally very male dominated. Of course, it's a very important sector. It's a large opportunity. It's $100 billion sector in India itself, 3rd largest in the world, and presents a great employment opportunity. But traditionally, there have been very few women in the auto sector. Reasons are many. One could just be culture. Traditionally, it's been male dominated. It's manufacturing. There is assembly lines, all of the perceptions that one has about the auto sector. Also, the culture within the organizations, there's been kind of a apathy, I would say, or, a gender bias. Women are overlooked. They've not been considered as a key member of the potential workforce. Work-life balance, since, it's not a sector which really performs very well on work from home or, flexi hours. You need to be in the factory. You need to be in the, in the place of action. Not very suitable from a work-life balance point of view. But I think the 4th would be also perception of the women themselves. Since there are very few women in the auto slash, this sector, not many women are also approaching this sector as a potential employer. So what I want to say today is that this is the right time for women to think about the auto sector for two reasons. One is because at a very broad level, the sector is changing. There is a lot more awareness within the managements, within the leadership. Gender inclusivity, bringing diversity has become a big agenda. Companies are large and they're looking for good workforce. So the policies within auto companies are now changing, whether it's OEMs or component companies, etc. They're more welcoming of women. But the second and the most important point is the electric vehicle transition or the energy transition that's taking place in the auto sector. Sometimes you need a catalyst, to change things, to kind of move things rapidly as opposed to a slow transition towards improvement. EV is coming as a big disruption in the auto sector after decades, and it's presenting new opportunities for everybody. EVs, as you know, is more about electronics and software than about the mechanical engineering alone. That itself is throwing opportunities out for women. They can definitely form part of the EV companies' workforce, even in the core areas now of manufacturing, assembly, design, supply chain, because these are again new areas. Secondly, the ecosystem is changing. You have new charging ecosystem evolving, new financing ecosystem evolving, new design ecosystem evolving. And when there is a lot of change, there are new opportunities, new entrepreneurship opportunities as well. And last but not the least, there is a great skill shortage. Today, EV is going to come as a massive force of growth, a massive force of disruption, and there is a skill shortage in EV. So if there are women who are looking at, shaping a great career for themselves in the auto slash electric vehicle sector, this is the best time because companies are looking at bringing in skills required in this space. So the sector is changing and EV is bringing about a great disruption and new opportunities for women, not only in the non-core areas, like marketing, finance, advertising, but also in the core areas of automotive, electric vehicle space, design, engineering, manufacturing. And I think, therefore, young women everywhere should look at electric vehicle as an opportunity to enter the EV automotive sector and can shape great careers for themselves. So I think my job would be done if I'm able to bring this message to the women out there that there is an opportunity here to make great careers, grow in the ladders, and EV is bringing that opportunity, as a here and now kind of a time opportunity for women everywhere to make a mark in the auto sector, which has been traditionally male dominated. So this is really what I would like to, send out as a message, that there are infinite opportunities on this International Women's Day to all the women out there.
Thank you so much for that, and a very positive note, on which you ended your comments. And I think that's the whole point, that we need to be able to inspire young women to come in. And I take it from one aspect that you mentioned, which is about, work-life balance, which is even more challenging in a sector like energy. And I think, I was... Sushma ji, I was reading what you had, your profile, and what really struck me was that, you were the first woman to spend very long hours on a well site in ONGC, and, those rigorous shifts that you did. And that comes in, that tie-ins with the whole point about this sector, which is that work-life balance is difficult to strive and becomes one of the impediments for women to really grow in this sector. So tell us more about your journey that it's been so far. And from your perspective, from being on a site to coming and becoming now the Director of Exploration at ONGC, what's been the ride like, and your, perspective on the sector going forward?
Yeah, namaskar and very good afternoon to Sulata ji, Purnima ji, and Gauri ji, of course, and a lot of women who are there, especially on this special occasion of the Women's Day. Talking about the world of exploration and production with the energy industry, I would say, because it's not only oil and gas, but we are now into much, much more. So, of course, when I'm basically a geologist, So, the connect with the nature and the connect with the earth sciences, that was the thing which triggered me to take up geology initially in the first place, amongst other subjects that were being offered for my bachelor's. So coming into ONGC, the entire concept of exploring and looking for, where we could find the next source of energy, next source for oil and gas, the discovery of it, that is very invigorating. It's an adrenaline rush, if I can put it like that. So when we had entered, I am a batch of 1989, which joined ONGC as a geologist. And at that time, the women in the industry, of course, they were there in the technical as well as, in the support services. And we were only 2% at that time. But we have grown, over the years, though the numbers are still not very big, so still in single digits. What took me into fields was, the curiosity and the urge to learn at that time. So when I went and joined in Kaveri project, which was in Madras, Chennai now, so I was offered to go to the well site, being a well site geologist. So I took it up. And I think when you join your first job, you don't have much awareness about what cannot be. It is more about, what you can do and what you are being offered. So, and of course, it was an accepted fact that geologists used to go to well site, do their 14 days on off. And, it was the men. So when it was offered to me, that thought of, it being offered to me, a girl, that did not come. I'm being very, very honest about it. I just thought, okay, yeah, I've joined the organization, I've joined the company, and whatever assignment comes, I'll go to it. Of course, the added advantage was that I do love outdoors, and I had great curiosity for learning about how the drilling was done once the point has been located. So, and I think it is kudos to ONGC as an organization, that they could make it conducive for sending a women or a lady geologist to site, because they had to make certain arrangements for me to be there for 14 days. We used to have 12-hour shift, and we used to stay at the well site. We had the drill site accommodations, which was adjoining. So from there, the journey has been tough. I'm not saying it's been an easy one, but the learning was great. And it has helped me through the various assignments, because I know where the data is coming from, how and what the ultimate output is going to be, in terms of integrating that data set and trying to look for new oil or gas in the subsurface. So we were given some kind of a training during our introductory training period when we were in the probation period, and then we were sent to site. So after that, then we started, we started into the offices with the data that was coming, and trying to integrate data into new locations. For ONGC, it is a very technical driven organization. There are a lot of engineers in it, and with the current, number of around 26,000, 2,000 are women employees, both officers as well as staff in the laboratories and other places. So for us, it has been I would say a progression, as more and more technical people are coming. One thing I would like to say is, that digitization and digitalization both has helped for technical people in terms of, getting to have to be in one place and get all different kind of data sets to come up with new models, and also new acreages which are done. Of course, exploration till now has been mostly male-dominated area, but that is changing. We do have a lot of second rung, like executive directors and others who are women and are doing well, and we are hopeful, even within the organization, that more and more, board members come to be women at one point of time. Of course, meritocracy is in place, and we do get good people who come into the board, but the encouragement even from the Prime Minister's drive on, trying to make it more inclusive by keeping specific sectors and specific areas to be dominated by women, I think that is going to help. Also, the education system, initially, like for geology, if I can say one thing, only the boys were taken because there is a lot of field work involved. I have spent a month in the field, on my dissertation in Rajasthan when I was in college. So preferably they used to have boys, or if the girls used to come at that point of time, they used to take an consent from the parents saying that if the girl is sent to the field, you should not say no at that time. So, and of course, the times have changed, and it is a much, much more inclusive society and an inclusive world, I think. And the accessibility, the advancement in the IT has helped a lot, to stay in communication. Even if the son or the daughter is in a far-flung area, it is much, much more now, you can get on a video call. So is the logistics, which has helped, trying to get from point A to point B. The time involved, the different, transportation means involved. It used to be pretty tough. So all this has helped, so it sort of brings in a psychological advantage, I would say. And of course, like I was saying, the IT world, and even the concept of working from home for the IT professionals, that is going to help a lot in keeping a work-life balance,
Absolutely, absolutely. And yes, times have changed. Communication, logistical issues have eased, but nothing changes unless mindsets change. So I think that's really the biggest factor here. And on that note, let me now invite Purnimaji to make her opening comments. Ma'am, you are focused on a very niche area, which also has very wide implications. Ocean technology itself is, I think, an untapped area, so to say, in terms of how much its potential has been harnessed so far. And for and for women to really be able to make a mark there, I think is a different challenge altogether. Tell us how's your journey been, and then we come back and then I talk to the entire group about how much can innovation and sustainability really get a fillip with more women coming in. I'm going to come back to that question and for the entire panel, but Purnimaji, please go ahead, make your opening comments.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this panel, and happy Women's Day to everybody on the panel and the viewers. So there are two aspects to your question. And the first one, let me take it about myself being in this field. Just a quick background kind of statement. I was the only girl in a class of 60 boys in my engineering class. Subsequently, when I did my PhD in the US, again, during my entire period as a grad student, I was the only girl, not only Asian, but only girl who was doing structural engineering. Generally, women in civil engineering would be doing, environmental engineering, slightly seen as a softer science. Later here, now, after I came back from the US and joined the National Institute of Ocean Technology, we are the only ocean technology institute in the entire country. And we are trying to develop lots of technologies because ocean has really been a, sort of less studied aspect in the country. Now here, of course, because there is a marine and an offshore concept and requirement, there are already few women here. And I think I was the first person to have done all the demonstration projects. I myself sailed. I have sailed big vessels, very small boats. I've spent several weeks at sea trying to do our deployments and installations. And I have been leading the energy and water division for the last 2 decades now. And there are two aspects. First of all, ocean energy itself is not yet being recognized as a renewable. Solar and wind have made it big now because of the various policies and subsidies given by the government. But ocean is still to take off. There are various reasons for that, and this is not the forum to go into, but basically there is a mindset change required here as an ocean energy. Now, only when we recognize that this is an area that we need to go to make to go towards our net zero goals, and also from the blue economy framework, only then we will be able to actually not only attract women, but women and men to make this area grow. So far, what I could say is that in general, ocean energy has to be seen as not only providing the green energy, it is capacity building in a country like India, where the marine sector is still not very developed if you compare it even with China. So when you talk about job creation or capacity building, we automatically need to do it. This is, in fact, I think a good time to start, because we are in the nascent situation right now as far as ocean energy is concerned. So if we take it right from now, I'm sure we can, have more women on board right from the beginning. Now, my juniors here in the institute, I'm the senior most scientist here, and my juniors have all also sailed and also gone to sea for the deployments. And so it's more like you have to have a role model, and you have to have more and more projects which allow you to do it. The institutes and organizations have to be open to letting women do the same roles as men without differentiating. So if it has to all come together, and of course the mindset of women, young women now is changing in any case. So there is a huge potential, but we are at an early infancy stage in ocean energy and technology. And I have faced, in fact, in my entire journey, a lot of situations where it was like seen by tug masters and ship operators when I was leading deployments and things that, who is she to give us instructions? But then at the end of the operations, people have actually congratulated me, though they were on vessels very far away from where we were. And I mean, once you demonstrate your abilities, even offshore, then the distinction between men and women kind of fades away, and you are given whatever respect you deserve for having done any successful and operations and technology developments. So we are also just on a small thing, and my mantra is not just people talk gigawatts, but watt to milliwatt to megawatt to gigawatt. Every range of power and green power is important. So we have developed a small saline water lantern. And I think these kind of small devices, which will help rural and coastal girl children to study when there is a power outage, these kind of small devices need to be encouraged and transferred to industry so that they can be proliferated. So we have actually made small device developments, which I think we can have a tremendous social impact, and especially empower young girls by giving them green energy in times of power outages. Thank you.
And I'm sure then we will not see a class of 60 with only one women candidate there. Hopefully it will be the other way around, and this technology will probably bring that kind of change. Thank you so much for that. And I think I seem to be leading the most boring life here. Somebody's on a well site, somebody's in boats and ships, somebody's making electrical vehicles happen. I seem to be pretty mundane in my job here. So let me go back to asking more questions. And the one thing that I want to ask is that when we talk about energy, we talk about the future of energy sector being driven by sustainability and technology. Those seem to be the two bedrocks on which the future of energy will be shaped by, whichever form it may be, whichever area or a subset it may be in. And how much do you think these two areas would be driven by women leadership, women leaders, women managers? How could they really be the game changers in deciding how sustainability will become a key area as far as energy is concerned? Ms. Motwani, would you like to take that one?
Sure. First, let me make a comment. I was very inspired hearing, the insights and the stories Sushma ji and Purnima ji shared. And I think here I would like to tell women that look at these trailblazers, the kind of work they're doing. And if you have in you, to be a trailblazer, because it's still quite evident that women who will enter these sectors of energy, automotive, will still have to be some kind of maverick, some kind of, trailblazing women who are willing to make that commitment who are willing to go out of their way, to really kind of make their mark. But it is definitely worth it, to be that person. And, in that, not only you will have a successful career yourself, but you'll also set an example for many more women to follow. So if you really have it in you to have that kind of a life, and as you said, exciting, different life, then these sectors definitely present good opportunities. And, we need trailblazing women like the ones we have here to kind of come and set those examples in this sector. So congratulations to both of them. Coming to your questions on innovation and sustainability, see, I think what is innovation? What's at the heart of innovation? At the heart of innovation is creativity and diversity, because that's what brings out innovation. If you have different viewpoints, if you have different approaches, if you have different ways of thinking, approaching a problem, that's when you'll have innovative solutions. And I think, therefore, the more diversity you have in a group, the people from different background, different age groups, different genders, you will have more innovation in the solutions, in the approach with which you solve, let's say, day-to-day problems. So I think certainly women will bring in that element of creativity, innovation, diversity to help a company to be thinking outside the box. So I think just by virtue of diversity and different viewpoint, you bring a more vibrant and rich culture, a more enriching discussion and solution, to any problem. So definitely, I think bringing more women will bring in more diversity and therefore more innovation, and that's been recognized by the organizations everywhere. Coming to sustainability, I think, of course, I think it's a gender neutral topic, because I think it's now become a global issue. There is no future if we are not focused on sustainability. Climate change is a very big problem. And if as a population we don't address it, I think it's going to impact the future of our generations, in a very big way. But I think there I would like to say that I find that the women that I have worked with, that women are very committed to a cause. I think somehow it's innate, it's inbuilt on us to kind of be very sincere and to work in a kind of a dedicated, purposeful manner towards any cause. And future of our future generations, I think, is the biggest cause that all of us can dedicate ourselves to. So I think, given that agenda, I would imagine that capable women would be very much in a position to contribute to it very significantly with their innate, nature of dedication, commitment, and sincerity. So I think if we want a more sincere journey towards sustainability, definitely women can contribute to it in a very big way. Of course, they have to bring in the required competence, skill sets. But I think the approach would definitely become long-term. It would be sincere, and it would contribute in a big way in taking this agenda ahead, which is a very big global agenda. So I think both on innovation and sustainability, women can bring in that sense of purpose, that sense of diversity, creativity, and together, we can definitely have better solutions and I would say more purposeful march to both of these very crucial areas, of organizations on countries' futures. So I'm very bullish that, we can embrace these critical elements and contribute in a big way to any organization, whether it's automotive, energy, or any other sector as well. So I think that definitely we have a big role to play here.
Sushma ji, do you think when we talk about, at the beginning of this discussion, we spoke about some very disturbing statistics in terms of women participation being so low in the broader energy sector. Do you think when we talk about new areas like technology, sustainability, where there is a lot of women talent, young talent out there, do you think they could really make the change that, all of us would be hoping for? Do you think that could really be the game changer as far as the future of energy from being a more from being so adverse in terms of gender diversity to probably being more favorable to women going forward?
Yeah, definitely agree with you, Gauriji. When we talk about renewables or when we talk about sustainability, when we look at the way, the perspective, and of course the I mean, why we talk about gender diversity, you know, because we bring a totally different perspective to a lot of problems and a lot of situations. So I think a more number of women at any level, you know, we are seeing an increase. I think the pipeline to the board or to the higher positions for women, that definitely has widened in the years that we have seen. So much of and you start tracking the participation of women right from the you know, vocational colleges and engineering colleges and other colleges into the industries. It definitely has increased, and in might be another 5 years you will see a sea change. So sustainability and renewables, yes, there will be more participation. I mean, just giving sort of an example, in addition to being the director for exploration, looking for oil and gas, we are also looking for renewables, and in addition to solar and wind. From the subsurface, we have started tapping the geothermal energy as well. When we talk about EVs, you know, one aspect that people do need to keep in mind, the minerals that, you know, especially the lithium and the rare earth elements. So again, that is where, you know, we have started looking into our data. And within ONGC, I have started groups which are looking into the subsurface data to look for lithium or look for helium or even hydrogen, you know, natural hydrogen, what we call the golden hydrogen. And then getting into the area for sustainability, I am in charge for the carbon management and the sustainability for the ONGC group of companies. So after being given this responsibility, we were able to declare our scope 1 and scope 2 for net zero, you know, 2030 and 38. And there are a lot of, especially in the chemistry discipline, we are seeing a lot of young minds, which are women, which are coming up with, you know, different areas. And also being a part of the NITI Aayog, looking into the carbon capture, utilization and sequestration in the oil and gas sector. So this is another area which I think is going to be dominated by women in the years to come. And all this innovation, you know, women have a definite role in it. In fact, the multitasking and the if I may use the word, in addition to innovation, is a word which I use quite often because we have a lot of gaps even in the softwares that are provided, is the jugaad aspect, you know, and women are very good at it. I'm using a very Hindi word for it. And these gaps, you know, we are able to fill or able to bridge by bringing in different technologies or different workflows into our own this thing. In fact, engineering and for women, I'll just mention the disaster which we had at Silkyara. You know, I got an opportunity to be there. In fact, I was the only woman amongst the sort of team seniors who was there. And when the stories went out, you know, that will again lead on to more and more girls aspiring to be where they are. And they know that, you know, the sky is the limit. There is no distinction in the gender. It is what you know, what knowledge you have, what solutions you can provide. So that will definitely lead into it. But along with it, I would also like to say that we need to encourage the education, right from the education level into the universities. We have to encourage women to be more participative, to be more into taking, you know, technology as their option for coming into the industries, because we are looking into a developing nation. And a lot of areas are very technical and very technology intensive areas. So women coming into those specific fields and those specific domains, right from the college level, I think that needs to be encouraged. Of course, ONGC, we are also looking into a huge industry, you know, academia collaborative space. We already are doing that, even looking into the future, where we are looking into the GHG emissions, how to control them, how to reduce them, the carbon dioxide capture, as well as sequestration. So all these areas, I think it is going to be an exciting time for at least 2-3 decades. And for women, it is a good challenge. I know they love challenges, so they will be taking up these challenges and coming into the industry, whether it be in the oceanography, which is again, very highly specialized in a domain specific. But like Purnimaji was mentioning about blue economy, so
Yes.
a lot of incentive from the earth sciences. In fact, ONGC, half of our basins are in the offshore, and I myself has done sea survival trainings and all that. So it's a huge world out there which can, I think another aspect which as professionals, what we need to do is, publicize these areas. Like Sujalaji was talking about, the EV sector coming up. So we need to be more vocal about it. We need to actually bring it to the B class cities, or, the rural
Absolutely.
cities. And I have worked in the Northeast. I was the first basin manager, a women basin manager in the Northeast, looking after exploration in the 7 or 8 states there. And I had to do a lot of boundary management, be in touch with the local stakeholders. So, we can make an impact right at the education level, at the hygiene level, then the vocational level, organizing people, making them aware what the industry, most of people don't know how oil and gas is taken out. So I always
Yes.
to put an invite, come and visit, might be at a higher school level or at a college level, come and visit the industry, see what opportunities there can be. And I think
Yes.
out of 100, if 10 people get motivated or 10 girls get motivated, we actually are creating a pipeline for the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to take in some questions that are also coming in from the viewers, and some of them they are basic questions, but I think it's all about getting the basics right when you want to include more women in the workforce. Questions like how do you avoid stress? Questions that's come in from Lakshmi Saundarya. Then there's a question about how do you ensure that women get the same level of respect that a male manager gets? That's a very significant aspect of having a healthy and a successful working relationship. When you talk about the employee-manager relationship, for it to be successful, ensuring that a male manager and a female manager get the same kind of respect is pretty much at the core of that. Other questions which are, what's your secret sauce? I think that really takes the cake. That's the most simple but most basic and important question. What's your secret sauce in terms of ensuring that you succeed? But some of those questions, if I bundle it up into ensuring a healthy, productive working relationship for women managers, how can that be achieved? Purnimaji, let me start with you, and then I get in the other panelists on this.
Yeah, so you have 2 or 3 questions all bundled in, and I'll just quickly tell you some of my thoughts. Number 1 is very important about de-stressing. In general, whether it's a woman or a male manager, stress is stress, and we need to deal with it. However, for women, especially in India, the stress is much, much larger because you have to deal with you're seen as the person who has to deal with the home, you have to deal with the office, and you have to deal with already, there are like limits up to which, people still accept you and things like that. So important thing is to de-stress so that you can continue to do your work, in the best manner possible. For myself, I can tell you I am interested in several extracurricular activities. I'm really deep into music and I sing. I am into gardening. I love cooking and baking, and I love to read. So there are a huge number of, I also take part in several kinds of, group kind of activities with other women as well. So in this, let me just tongue-in-cheek thing. So when I went into engineering and I was the only girl, all the rest of my classmates had, many of them were pursuing BA or BSc. And you won't believe it. I used to be like having absolutely no company on certain days. So some of the weekends, I used to actually go to the other colleges to meet my friends so that I could hang out with other girls, So this should be done even now. We need to de-stress. We need to kind of, go with other groups as well. Secondly, you asked about like how you manage to keep your sense of being a manager, and how a male and a female manager, how would they know what is important? I think it's very important to lead from front. Okay, it's one thing to sit on your desk and just shoot out orders, and believe me, that doesn't go a long way beyond the point. I mean, a lot of it might happen because you are the boss and somebody's reporting to you, and probably you're writing their CRs. But the respect comes when you lead from front, you do it yourself, and then with the experience, when in fact I encourage the team members to kind of tell me if my thoughts are not okay, we discuss. It should be democratic. And when they realize finally that no, what she says is finally more correct than what we are trying to do, over a period of time, the respect does build up, and then there is like a dependency. I mean, let's ask her what she feels about this before taking a step forward. So the main thing is building respect, and for that you have to do it yourself, and you have to be good at it. Being mediocre at anything will not let you get ahead. So lead from front, and be good at it, and also don't shy from taking decisions and telling people that this is the right thing to do. Also encourage a democratic kind of an approach. And then lastly, just to keep in line with what my other panelists were saying about women's opportunities. So this ocean technology and ocean energy is actually made up of several stages. So where initially when you come to the computational aspects and design and analysis, women are already good at it, and most of these kind of areas are dominated by women anyways in many fields of engineering. So this is anyway possible. What is difficult is the site challenges, but in this age today, the country is going through quite a metamorphosis, I would say, and with the Swachh Bharat mission or the Jal Jeevan mission, on which I'm also on the technical unit, to identify technologies for sanitation and for water. The more toilets we build, the more aspect of cleanliness and sanitation that is brought in through the government policies. This will enable women also to go to site and to do the job. So it's empowerment is one word, but enabling is very, very important. So in these sectors, we need to pay aspects to the general urban and rural aspects of sanitation and water, so that more women can take part. Thank you.
Ms. Motwani?
Yeah. So I think I have a few things to say to which are more like practical, I would say, just experiences that I have come across, or my views on this. I think that women definitely are and can be very successful. There is no glass ceiling anymore. Women around the world are breaking that glass ceiling. They are in leadership roles. They're growing in every sector, every kind of industry. And definitely they can in our industry as well. But I think the important thing here is that the person who can actually make it happen is that woman herself. I think it's very important to know that success will not come unless you work for it. It will not come by external factors. It can only come from yourself. It's very important for all us women to know that we cannot expect such special treatment. We need to work as hard and be as committed as our male counterparts. Put in the same required long hours, take the same required challenges, be as professional as is needed if we really want to grow and, be successful and be at the top. Sometimes women feel that, it's somehow they should have an easier path, because we do have challenges of work-life balance. We do have other issues to deal with. But when you're at work, you're at work. And you need to work equally hard and be equally committed to your work. If you really want to be rising in the organization, you have to find solutions to the unique problems you face as women regarding work-life balance, families, etc. We need to find those solutions. But when you're at work, then you have to be equally committed, to your work. That's one. Secondly, my story is more about entrepreneurship. And I think there I would just say that, there is no shortcut to success. It's all about passion, purpose, and perseverance. There are going to be a lot of challenges that we are going to face on the way. They say that the shortest overnight success also took 15 years. So I think no shortcuts to success, and you have to persevere through all the problems that you're going to come across, and you are going to come across problems. It's the second thing I would say. And third, I think I would like to tell women that we are very capable, but sometimes we have to little bit be smarter about going for that success by networking much more. Many times I feel that women are very sincere, but they do not put themselves out there in terms of networking, making their work visible, and ensuring that, they have equally the same chance of growing ahead. So I think networking, within the organization, within the industry is important, and choosing also the right kind of companies, looking at companies which are going to be promoting the kind of work you're doing, which has the right culture, would help you to grow faster. So I think being smart, being purposeful, be very hardworking, not expect special treatment, and knowing that there is no shortcut to success. I think any role model that you will see out there, you will find that they have put in the required effort. They've been committed. They've made the sacrifices required to reach where they have reached. So this is what I feel I would like to communicate, that there are opportunities, but we have to do what it takes to seize them and be committed if we really want to, be as successful as, as we deserve to be. So I hope that's well. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Sushma ji, we are running out of time. Quickly, if you could address some of these questions together. And specifically, in a sector, when you talk about energy, when you talk about, the aspect that you mentioned, exploration, getting it right for women managers is essentially the key to having a long, healthy working relationship with your male colleagues.
Yeah, so I'll just wrap it up with a couple of points when we are talking about any sector for that matter, but especially oil and gas sector, which has been a traditional male dominant, but still changing, I would say. The first and the foremost thing, I think, which really, be it a woman or a man, it is the competency, the competency which you have, then the capability and the consistency. If you are a team member, people should know that, having this person will, definitely add value to my team. And I'm telling you, if you are a contributor, be it a girl or a boy or whatever, caste, creed, religion, color, people would want you to be in that team. So you have to build yourself, the competency has to be there, the capability and the consistency along with the commitment. If you are given a job, I'm just giving an example. If anything was given to me, I said, okay, it will be done. I used to think later on how it will be done. But, that kind of a commitment has to be there. And then, of course, you have to have the delivery of what you had promised. You have to keep your word. I'll say you have to keep your word so that people can depend on you, your dependability. Talking about women in a male world, yes, there are times when it really, really becomes difficult. But I think trying to retain a certain dignity about yourself. You have to keep your dignity. You have to know how to keep your dignity. And slowly people start accepting, that you are of this mold, and then they start respecting you for that. I think that is very important. Trying times, of course, will be there. And then, the crisis management are always there. Being a team lead, when you come out of your group membership in a team to to a role which is a leading role, then what I believe is I have to be better than everyone else in the team. I have to know more than everyone else in the team. And for that, I have to work more harder. If they're reading or doing any work for 1.5 hours, I should be doing a little bit more, because that is where they would always look up to you. And there are times when teams get stuck, when projects get stuck. That is the time your crisis management kicks in. And at the end of the day, I think you should be strong enough to take all the failures onto yourself. You should be there, and people in your team would know that, if anything happens, we have a team lead who can take it on to herself or himself. I think that is very important for a certain team to succeed, for that, respectability for the team lead, which comes with time. And as I told you, if you are consistent with it, people know that, if you're given a job and if there is a team which is attached to that person, be it a woman or a man, I think that is more important. So the competency and, the dependability, I think those are the magic words leading to success. So
thank you for that. It's been a very enriching session. We've covered a lot of ground from what it was, the situation as far as the sector 20, 30 years back to what it looks like, hopefully in the next 10 to 15 years. As I wrap this up, I can say there's a very famous saying which says, women make up half the sky. And if India is to achieve the kind of Viksit Bharat targets that we are talking about, half the people who make up the sky need to be part of it. And that can happen only when such sectors like energy open their floodgates to talent from women, provide them the kind of leadership roles and opportunities that are out there, and women make the difference that they can. Thank you so much to all of you for joining me in this discussion, power-packed discussion, and thanks to all the viewers who are watching us live.
Thank you for having us on the panel. Thank you very much. Happy Women's Day to everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. And happy Shakti Day, I would say, So women in India are more conceived as the power, the Shakti. So thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pooja, we're good to start. Just a quick check on if you're live. So yes, I think we're good to go. So hello and welcome to yet another empowering discussion being conducted this International Women's Day as a part of the Times of India's initiative titled The Future is She. This discussion is being conducted in association with VFS Global. Incepted in 2022, The Future is She has been a guiding light of inspiration and empowerment. And today we're here to continue this endeavor with an incredible set of women, or boss ladies as we're calling them. Our panelists represent a diverse set of industries, age groups, and perspectives. And believe us when we say this discussion will leave you absolutely charged as they share their enriching experiences and shed spotlight on the need for workplace inclusivity. Before we dive into this discussion, I would like to quickly introduce our panelists. We have with us Madhumati Lele Srivastava, President CCI. She brings with her 36 years of experience in senior and top management roles in leading Indian business houses, MNCs, and greenfield giants. Then we have Megha Tata, a seasoned media professional with over 33 years of experience in leading media companies. She's also served on boards of IBDF and IAA, the International Advertising Association, and been one of the first few women to be a part of these organizations. We also have with us Sakshi, who is a director in the consulting practice at EY, focusing on risk advisory services in the media and entertainment sector for over 15 years. And last but not the least, we have Darshika Khare, currently Asia Pac HR head of J&J. Darshika is a business leader with valued experience of working across HR domains. Welcome everyone and wishing everyone a very happy Women's Day. So before we dive in, I will quickly set the context for today's conversation. The fact remains that for women across levels, there are several barriers and hurdles that we need to cross, which range from gender wage gap to unconscious biases that tend to permeate workplaces. But the silver lining is that you as individuals represent the glass half full because you've battled the odds to break the glass ceiling and have some insightful experiences to share. And we'll start with some pertinent questions and with Madhumati, because, you have 36 plus years of rich experience and you've really seen India Inc. evolve over the years when it comes to, the prison of inclusivity and gender equality. So what is the status so far and how have you seen things change? A quick intervention. I think you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself. Rather, I think all the panelists can perhaps unmute themselves and we'll go on mute if needed.
So thank you, Himani. So I think from the time I joined the corporate world, which was somewhere in the mid 80s, I have seen a huge change, and I can speak only for the large corporates because my experience has been in large corporates only. When I joined Oberoi's in the mid 80s, women force were less than 8%, and today I think companies are making a very conscious effort to hire more women at the entry level so that the gender ratio, becomes much more healthier. One heartening study that I just read, which was in Women in Business in 2023, which was Grant Thornton's study, that in leadership roles, India is much ahead of the global counterparts at 36%, where global this thing is 32%. So that's good to know. However, there's a huge road ahead that we have to catch up with men. What concerns me, Himani, is that one more report that I read, that women who are postgraduates and have studied even higher than that, only 37% of those women are today working. So what happens to the rest? The fact that they have studied so hard, they have joined corporates. Have they left because, what is the reason that they've left? Is it family compulsions? Is it because the corporate environment was not nurturing for them? They were not seeing a roadmap. So this is one concern, I think, which corporates have to address. And while hiring at the lower level is important, we have to also give them equal exposure and equal training, so that they are geared up for leadership roles. Otherwise, you're setting up women for failure.
Absolutely. And that brings me to you, Megha, because you represent a sector which is relatively known to be more welcoming towards women. It's actually, along with finance, tech, M&E is one sector where we see more women representation versus, say, telecom or similar sectors. So how would you sort of, perceive this? And are your struggles unique, or, is it a similar story there as well?
Yeah, thanks, Imani, and once again, wonderful to be amongst these amazing women. Much like Madhumati, I have also spent a large part in seeing the change in the transition which has happened in the last 33 years. And you're right, media and entertainment and the entire industry, which includes advertising, marketing, all of that, has had a great trajectory of more women coming into the workforce. So that I've seen it myself from where we are today. But I think what still leaves much to be desired is the CXO role positions in these organizations are still there are not too many women. In fact, you can count them in one hand. So that is where the problem lies. To Madhu's point, that percentage, I'm sure our industry also contributes large to that space. And that's a big question. And there are multiple reasons. And maybe we need another discussion as to why women leave the workforce, because that's a whole lot of other issues to be addressed. But I think personally, I've had my bit of challenges. I am not going to deny that. And I've had lots of ups and downs. There is, like all of us may have gone through in our own experiences. But I think one thing which really maybe stood me out of some of those other women who probably couldn't take that pressure was resilience. And I think that is where that is something I personally feel very strongly, that women do have to take charge of their own lives at the end of the day. I'm a big believer of that, of choices, right? We all have choices. And the choices we make are the ones we need to be accepting and then living with that. Very easy to blame people, individual situations, circumstances. And I'm not saying any of that is wrong. It is what it is. But then your choice, what you want to make out of that. You want to take the easy way out or the tougher way out is your choice. Nothing is right or wrong. It is your choice. So personally, I feel very strongly about that every woman who has been in the corporate world and managed to survive whatever the challenges they've dealt with, and the women who walked out of that journey and moved into a different path are based on their own personal choices. So I think that is something I feel very strongly, and I really taking control of your own life and making those decisions is an integral part of any woman. And this especially goes out to those young women who are in the corporate world today, who are young mothers today, who will be young mothers, will get married, will have to have those, have to make those decisions. And my personal advice to everybody is that you don't have to have an either or. You can live an and life, and that choice is yours. So, that's something I feel very, very passionate about, as you can see.
Absolutely. And that indeed is inspiring, which brings me to you, Sakshi. So Megha did mention that, it's not really an either or. And, you come from a sector which is also very, very demanding in terms of, the hours that you need to put in and, the kind of work that's in place. So has there been a situation where it has been, a matter of making a tough choice? And how is your organization or, your support system come into play when you were faced with such a situation at work?
Thanks, Imani. And once again, it's wonderful to be a part of such an esteemed panel. I think there have been several, I think we face these situations every day, right? During the course of your career. There are certain decisions that you need to you need to find the balance, like Megha mentioned. It's something that if you want to do, you need your support system. You can't do it without them. So, you need to have that network. And obviously, a lot of organizations like ours, we have a lot of flexibility as well, because we, have to put in those hours. We have to work those weekends. We have, sometimes very erratic schedules. So we have to find that balance as well. So, but I think it's very, very important to have a good support system. I think that has really helped me personally over the years to find that balance, and like I said, it's multiple situations. There's always, that balance you need to find. But I think it's on you. The responsibility is on you. And I think it's very, very important for all of us who are, who've taken this path to find the balance. And more importantly, there are more responsibilities, there are more opportunities as well. So I think it's very important for us to also, take that step forward and grab those opportunities as well. I think earlier on, you're a bit hesitant because, you have a lot of aspects to take care of. But I think there are a lot more responsibilities, but a lot more opportunities for us over the years. But support system is something that will definitely help and has helped me personally as well.
Perfect. And I'm going to take, a word that you mentioned, which was hesitant. And coming to you, Darshika, you're in a role where you see, you're on the other side. You get to see the journeys of a lot of women, and you also get to sort of, be a part of organizational and cultural change within the organization to sort of create a more inclusive environment. But somehow, it's a known fact that women tend to be a bit more timid, a bit more hesitant, when coming to demanding what they deserve, or say even asking for a raise, or asking for a promotion. And that's something that an organization also sort of needs to play a role in to changing. So what do you think, should organizations today do to sort of, change that mindset and make women more assertive and create an ecosystem where, it's more open for them to sort of become more forthcoming?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the question. Right, happy to be here. I think a couple of elements play here. The first is really, in an Indian context, the conditioning that we all grow with. Can you ask for more? Can you aspire for more? How to balance, where to prioritize? These are some of the elements that, even if we don't face it ourselves, it comes in the social ecosystem to say, okay, is this more of your role versus the men in the family? For example, if you have to play a role of a caregiver, who plays the role of a caregiver? Who has the primary responsibility of playing a caregiver? So there's a social construct that comes in the way we brought up or we've experienced the society across. And this is the same leader, this is the same individual also operating in a corporate setup. So I think they also come from the same space to say, okay, if it is this, shouldn't you be prioritizing family over promotion? Even for the women, if I am looking for a role, I would think twice. If it means relocation, can I ask my family to relocate versus when men travel, the family travels with them? So some of those elements are definitely changing. Organizations are supporting. For example, I took an example of relocation. There's a lot of support today that's provided by organizations in situations like these, so that it's easier for either of the partner to make that decision, and then make it even smoother. If I look at the way the organizations are considering, I wouldn't say special needs, but specific needs in terms of the way we're shaping our policies, or we're considering a cultural roadmap on how do we consider equity, which is about providing the right resources to people, to individuals who would need it at different points in time. I think that is creating more inclusion. And the role that leaders are playing is, how do we sensitize the system that I'm working remote at the moment? Not everybody's working remote in my organization, but the organization and my friends in the organization are very okay with this because that's making it work for me. So I think the balance on culture and policy is also having the right sense. And in my organization, we say it's more about belonging and rather than diversity or inclusion, which helps drive the context forward.
And empathy, which we will come to, because that's something that I'm sure everyone would have a strong view on. But coming back to you, Madhumati, the fact is that there was a recent study done across 600 companies and 40 sectors, and it was highlighted that only 1 in 9 female employees got promoted last year in 2023, as against 1 in 6 men. And this also sort of was similar. The trend was similar when it came to women getting a far smaller chunk of the promotion budget from the organization. So it's not only, women at managerial positions, but also at leadership positions that, this kind of becomes an impediment. And what is it that organizations need to do to ensure that the disparity sort of gets eroded over a period of time? And at the same time, more women are encouraged to take on leadership positions.
Yeah, so Himani, you're absolutely right. So as I said, while there is a conscious effort by organizations to hire women, at the entry level, and that is happening, you have huge number of women being hired at the entry level. I think what is important is the support that you give them thereafter. So do you have, programs which are specifically, which address gender issues, which address support issues? Do you understand what these women are facing? From which environment do they come from? Do you have programs catered to that? Do you have mentorship programs? Today we do training, which is across batches, but there is no mentoring which is done. Do you have programs which identifies high potential, whether it's men or women? I'm just saying high potential. And then what do you do to nurture that potential? Because that is where is the most important part, that up to the mid-management level, women do very well. It is after that women kind of peter out, and then the men go there. So one is, of course, I've noticed, and the companies that I've worked in, they've been very, they've been technical companies. So there have been more men there, and I used to be the only woman in the senior leadership team. And what you realize is that today's, the networking which happens with the men within themselves, in the bars, outside the companies, that is where your relationships are built. That is where your networking is built. And that is where, your promotions or your increments and all are discussed. Women are not part of this because women want to focus on their work. They want to finish their projects. They want to do their, and timelines. I think I have never missed my timeline. The project has to be perfect. It has to be, in fact, before the timeline. But after that, I want to go home to my family. So I don't want to stay there, hang around and network. And unfortunately, today, the environment which has been created in most of the companies is most of these decisions happen during this whole networking thing. And women feel very left out in that. So I think this inclusivity is very, very important for companies to create, that let the performance be judged and not what happens after the office hours. So I've also noticed one thing, that, when you have longer working hours does not mean increased productivity. So do you judge a person by saying how quickly, how efficiently has this person finished the project? It doesn't matter whether this person comes whatever time in the office, give them flexi hours. If you give women flexi hours without compromising on your timelines and your commitment to projects, they will excel. Because today they're balancing two things. I mean, let's face it, in India, it is women who manage households, they manage their careers, and they do a brilliant job, let me tell you, of both. If men were left to do the same, they would fail. It is women who are doing it, they're doing it brilliantly. I think companies should support by giving, and more companies are doing this. At least the large corporates are doing this. They're offering flexi timing for women. They're offering work from home. They're offering, programs to support, give child support, give elderly support. They're, creating creche support. So companies are doing this. If you do this, you're freeing women to deliver and they will rise higher.
Absolutely. I think that's actually a brilliant point. And Megha, over to you with that. So, there is this whole point on flexi hours. There is this whole point on creating an ecosystem where organizations are more empathetic. But at the same time, there's also there's also a tipping point when women have to sort of take a call between, say, a career graph versus, let me be a bit stereotypical and say a biological cycle, when they sort of naturally need to take a break. And that is where organizations suddenly, even for a high performer, tend to suddenly change their perspective and assume that, okay, once she's back, she needs to sort of start from scratch again, and, cannot pick up from where she left from. And it's a challenge that I think is a pertinent issue across sectors. And what do you think needs to be done to tackle this problem? And have you faced this issue in your career, and how have you tackled it?
Yeah, Mani, वो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, दुखते नक पे आपने हाथ रख दिया. तो दुखती नक पे जो आपने हाथ रखा है, that basically what this is something which is I feel very, very passionate about as well. So I think like Madhu said, that there are changes which happen in us as a woman in many ways, physiologically, mentally, emotionally, and that's how God has created us, right? The kind of changes we have in our system, the opposite sex does not have. That's biologically, that's the fact. There's nothing about what is right or wrong. It is what it is. So I think for women, and personally, I've had my share of challenge which I have faced. And I will come back to what Madhu spoke about, flexi and networking, because that's another part which I feel strongly about. So what happened is, just very quickly telling about, is that when I had my first child, so I used to be working in a very multinational organization, a very senior role. I was heading a department for the country at large. So that was my big role. I had a big team. And so I was on the fast track. So I joined young and I grew very fast, and I became the vice president, head of sales in an organization. And I was doing really well. And like every woman would want, I was married and I wanted a child, and I had my first beautiful baby. So all going well. So 3 months, that was only the 3 months pregnancy, maternity leave we used to have, and I got that, and I came back on 31st day, so it was like, after 3 months, the first day I was back in office, and I was called into a meeting, and I was told, of course, those were men who were giving me that gyan, was that, that because you've had a child just now, and because we care for you, and that we are saying that we will not take your salary away, we will not take, but we're reducing your role from a national role to a regional role. Because now you can spend more time with your child, you don't have to travel so much, and this was not being asked, it was not being discussed, it was being told. And I was like gobsmacked, and I'm like, on what grounds? Like, have I not delivered to my objectives, my KRAs, or whatever it is? No, there's nothing to do with that. You're fabulous in this and that and the other, but you've just had a baby. You need to spend more time with me. I said, like, how are you deciding for me what I need to do with my child or not? But the point on that, Himani, was that because my hormones were, running over, I had just had a child, I was crying. I was bawling in front of those two men and feeling crappy about it. Like, why am I crying? I'm looking even more weaker, crying in front of those men and just accepting it. And I kept saying, sorry. I kept saying sorry because I was crying. And then when I look back and I think like, oh my God, like, what did I do and why did I do it, right? Now, the why is where that emotional piece happened, where I was at stage of my life, physically, emotionally, a lot of changes happening. You've just had a child. And here I'm being questioned on my capability as a professional, purely based on the fact that I was a mother. And I think that was where I have sort of, and I don't know how many women have gone through that, and I'm sure they do. I think that is where what I feel today is that if a similar situation was to be given to, if I was in a similar situation today, I will not accept it straight up. I will question, I will demand, I will ask, and I think today the ecosystem, at that time it wasn't very strong. HR functions were not very strong because of very ad hocism exists. I think it's not going to be possible to do this today, but then I went through my journey in that. So I think I had to try harder. So when I came back so I was demoted. Let me say that nothing happened. I had to take on, and all my colleagues, my peers, got about 2 to 3 years heads up, and they got larger roles in the trajectory of their career. But I had to I was thrown back, and I had to restart. And in that restart, what I had to do is I had to prove myself yet again. And even if I didn't need to travel, I was traveling. Even if I didn't want to do something, I was doing. Even if I didn't have to go back late, I would go back late, only to prove that I can do this. And that I did not like that part of me at that stage. I'll be very honest. And I would not recommend anyone do that either today. But I learned the hard way. And I'm sure a lot of women understand and relate to that, but you have to have a stronger voice. And coming quickly to the point on networking and flexi hours, completely agree, I think. And I think flexi hours should be given to employees at large, not only women. Because I don't want to get into that space of saying that, special things for women. When women are saying all equal, right? Then everything needs to be equal. So flexi hours, everyone can have flexi hours. It's not only for women. But on networking, I have a bit of a contrarian view. I feel very strongly networking is important, because it is about, today's world is so connected, right? So it is important to understand where we are and how we are. And so the networking in early times when I was younger was maybe seen to be like going out, drinking, smoking, and all of that. No, women want to drink and smoke, sure, there's nothing wrong with that, it's fine. But if you do not want to, there are opportunities, there are places to network, even be part of organizations. Like in IAA, which is International Advertising Association, the fantastic body to network with amazing bunch of people. And so many things can happen when conversations happen. कहते हैं बात करने से बात बनती है. And that I'm a strong believer as well. So I do believe that women and men, for that matter, should network. But how is that networking described? Can be a personal thing. I mean, you don't have to do what men do, but I guess it's fine even if you're doing that. But there are places where you can network and find opportunities to grow in your career as well. So that is something I thought I would share.
And thank you so much, Megha, for sort of opening up a part of your life which is so close to your heart. And because resilience honestly comes with experience, and you can say that today because you've perhaps gone through it to be resilient enough to put your foot down and say that if it happens today, I will not take it. But I'm jumping the gun, Sakshi, and moving to Darshika, because I want the HR's perspective on the point that Megha mentioned. And Darshika, it's a very, very important issue, that why is it that women need to sort of restart, even though they've achieved so much. And HR, of course, has a very, very critical role to play over here. So can you shed some light on how, our organizations sort of chipping in from that aspect, and what can other CHROs sort of, learn from this and implement in the workings?
Yeah, no, Megha, a story that cuts across like not just you, but many others who face life cycles. And I'll tell you, as women, we are so young when we are going through those life stages that we don't know, can we speak up? Our need to prove, as Megha was saying, is so high that we continue to compromise on ourselves. Okay, I'll need to put in extra hours. I will need to, be there, show up, irrespective of what my mental state is. I think, one, as an organization, how are we letting and sensitizing our leaders around it? What are the measures that we are taking to ensure that some of these things, even if they're happening in pockets, and I'm not saying they're not happening. In things, what Madhu was saying earlier, things are very different in a corporate office versus a regional office. Whether it is about how women are treated when they are on their life cycle stages versus even the issue on networking. I had a management trainee who came up to me and said, to be successful in the organization, is it necessary that I start smoking? And I said, no. So my message to the women is, go speak up, be yourself, and be rest assured in the capability that you bring to the table. That's why you are there. You're not there because of a compromise that's done. So speak up and do share a discrimination or a situation that you are in irrespective of you're early in your career, you're late in your career. I know it's we were discussing this earlier as well, that it's easier said than done. You're far more vulnerable when you are in the early stages of the professional careers. And to organizations, so like organizations like mine, and I'm sure many others, have trainings on conscious inclusion. What are some of these nuances, instead of saying, this is a halo effect, don't get trapped into it while hiring, don't discount women just because they are staying far off from the office location. But these nuances, what Madhu was mentioning, are you taking a business decision outside of office over a smoke break? And it's not just applies to women, but also to men who don't smoke. So how do you create this inclusivity and sensitivity in your workforce? Today, our organization has also created employee resource groups. So there resource group on women in leadership, on LGBTI. So you tend to have like-minded people who can share more and learn more from. Madhu spoke about mentors. They are formal mentorship programs, but this also leads to very informal mentoring on how can you address situations like these. A lot of organizations are also now making a conscious effort, especially after maternity, to bring women back into the workforce with programs, different programs. J&J runs a program called Reignite. And I think because it's being run consciously by the leadership, by the organization, the acceptability around it is a little higher. And leaders are much more considerate of women who has a 1-year-old. If they need flexibility, it's absolutely okay. But I will continue to harp on what Megha was saying. Any policy decision needs to be across. Because if we discriminate on policy, I'll tell you, the population which is not receiving it will say, hey, it's not implied to me, so why should I give it to the other? So any policy decision that we're making around the workplace ethos and ecosystem also needs to be uniform and inclusive.
Absolutely, Darshika. That's very true. And over to Sakshi now. So Sakshi, just extending this conversation, women are also imperative overall, not just for the growth of an organization, but also the economic growth, at a larger level. And we've seen how participation of women has actually impacted the GDP for countries. And there's a lot to learn from, our Western counterparts there. So please share, your experiences in terms of mentorship programs, in terms of opportunities that, you have sort of come across that you feel can really help fillip this growth and bring, a larger cultural change.
Absolutely. I think, right now I'm seeing a lot of change across levels. Entry level, of course, we have, we're hiring women across levels, right? But mid-level is the challenge area. When people take a break, when people obviously start their family, when women need that kind of support. Flexibility, daycare support, other aspects as well, mental, there's so many challenges, there are hormones, there are other issues, but I think just listening to our colleagues, providing that support, and HR, of course, has various policies around it as well. But I think this is the layer that needs the support the most, because, you are constantly trying to prove yourself, you're constantly trying to do things like Megha mentioned, you're traveling even when you're not supposed to, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, on your mental health. So I think that's very, very important. that we provide that kind of support as well. And just be patient. I think that's what's required throughout, right? Just listen sometimes. I think that also just helps. Because I've had cases in my team as well where young mothers, they are overwhelmed, they need some support, right? And if they have such conversations where they are asked to step back or why don't you take it a bit slow because you need some time off, it just affects their confidence, it affects their performance levels, which honestly is quite unfair, right? So I think providing that flexibility, providing that support, and just being more empathetic will also just help in transitioning this middle level to the higher levels as well. So I think there are various mentorship programs that have been introduced. There's a lot of options for flexibility and time off. I think we should also, take advantage of these facilities that are provided as well. Sometimes, you don't want to take some time off because you feel that, maybe it will impact your promotion or it'll impact your growth. But I think it's also important to understand that, you do need some rest. You do need to prioritize your health. It will go a long way in your career as well. So I think it's important for all of us to just focus on those aspects as well. And definitely from a flexible working, networking, it doesn't really have to be a night out. It could just be, a lunch with some of your colleagues or with your mentors. It just helps in sharing those experiences, building those relationships, but definitely very important. Because it is important to take that effort as well, because if you work in an isolated environment and where you're not interacting, it also affects performance, right? And I think more importantly, more than performance, it's more about your understanding of what's happening in the world. So I think that's very important.
Absolutely. And, coming to the next part of it, while we talk a lot about the fact that women also need to be mentored to grow into roles, the fact is that, the larger leadership positions are held by men. And like you mentioned, Madhumati, a lot of sectors you worked in were very male dominated. And even for CCI, you were one of the first women presidents to come on board. So clearly, there's a lot of mentoring that's also required for men to be able to sort of lift women into that role. And I would want to understand, because I'm sure you've had some challenges. At the same time, you've also had some fantastic mentors who've really sort of helped you, reach where you have. So, any point of view on that, and, what role can men play and men at top leadership positions play when it comes to uplifting women?
Sure. So I think, Himani, I've been very lucky in the sense that I've always behaved like a professional, never like a woman. And I was always treated like a profession and never like a woman. And I think that is very, very important. That, you should be very clear that you've hired me because of my capability. You've hired me because you found value in me. Now respect me for that. And the behavior that you have to have in the organization is very professional. You have to be at the top of your field. You must get down to absolute minute details. You must know your subject matter in and out. Okay, it is only when you're on the top of your subject matter that you can deliver results, and then you get respect. And I have been very lucky because all the companies that I've worked with, the men who have been my bosses, they have been absolutely stringent taskmasters. And that really helps. Believe me, it's a contradiction, but it helps because they are taskmasters and they expect you to be perfect. And that makes you stretch beyond the limits that you thought you were capable of. And that is very important because it makes you grow as a professional. So all my bosses have expected very high standards. And somehow, because you don't want to let them down, you achieve those standards by putting in that extra effort. It helps in two ways. It helps you to grow as a professional. It helps you to grow as a subject matter expert. And that really, really helped me. All my bosses never discriminated against me because I was a woman. They were they mentored me in terms of, they gave me flexi timings. But one thing, Himani, you have to first get the trust of your bosses. And that can only happen through your performance. If you deliver and they get that trust, they will empower you, they will trust you, and they will then allow you to be more, flexi hours, coming late to work or whatever, because they know you're not going to misuse it. You're not behaving like a woman, you're behaving like a professional. As long as your timelines are met and your projects are perfect, companies do empower you. That's been my experience. As I said, maybe I'm one of the lucky ones that in every company that I've worked, and let me tell you, there cannot be a more exacting boss than Mr. Mukesh Ambani or Mr. Ratan Tata. I've had the privilege of working very closely with them. All right. Because we did 2 startup projects. One was Jio, the other was Tata Communication, which was erstwhile VSNL. It was a joy working. We put in long hours. We were there day and night. But the empowerment which was given and the mentoring which was done, and these are the people who are supposed to be very, very difficult. They are not. I mean, they give their best and they want you to give their best. And they don't discriminate between men and women. Okay, they're equally harsh with you. If you don't deliver, they're equally harsh with men. So I think companies, at least the companies I've worked with, they are trying to create a work environment where the bosses are willing to mentor. But for them to mentor, they have to see the spark in you. And that spark has to be created by you. You have to go that extra mile. And it also helps, and I keep telling this to all, not just the women, but everybody I know, that when you join a company, please learn. Don't chase Lakshmi, chase Saraswati. Because Lakshmi will come to you if you chase Saraswati. Learn about as much as possible every aspect of that company. It will help you to grow as a professional. Tomorrow, when they're looking at a top leadership role, they say, this person has gone through everything. He or she knows. That's how they pick you.
So invest in your own growth is
exactly. And you are the boss of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Nobody else can do that but you.
That's actually a great takeaway. So invest in your own growth, build your capabilities, because capability is key. And definitely, yes, there are challenges, but once you are able to sort of reach a certain level of capability and understanding and knowledge, then I mean the world is your oyster. Yes. And nobody can sort of stop you. You become the unstoppable. And coming to Megha, before we sort of open it up for the shortlisted audience questions, and this one's going to be the last one, Megha, there are a lot of social and cultural constructs of our society that can be limiting. And of course, women need to overcome that challenge. But, there's a lot of there's a role that the portrayal of women has to play in, opening up the minds of people towards making, them more accepting to women in stronger roles. And what do you think, how is that changing, or how does that need to change? Because especially coming from, the M&E sector, the M&E sector itself has a lot of role to play. Creative thinking needs to sort of reorient itself to portray women in a certain manner and not just as fringe elements. So, comments there?
Yeah, Himani, I mean, that's a so I when I was the president of IAA, International Advertising Association, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. So it's an industry body which has representation from advertising, media, marketing, everyone. And we did a study recently where we had UNICEF as our partners, and we tied up with Gina Davis Institute of Research, and we took about 1,000 ads, and which are most popular ads on television and on digital platform, to see how women are represented, in our communication. Unfortunately, the findings were abysmal. And the stereotyping which continues to happen in our industry is in some way playing a role in our social fabric of what and how we see women, how we treat women, and so on and so forth. So I feel very strongly that our industry has a moral duty to play in making those changes, to make that difference, because with power comes accountability, right? So when you have the power, you should and must make that effort to make those changes. And these don't have to be these are not rocket sciences changes we are expecting, these are small changes, where then the way you're looking at casting. For example, there was one film director who very interestingly mentioned, she said, I use this what that when I'm casting somebody, suppose there's a brief given by the client and there's a particular goal to be achieved, without changing what the creative goal is or the business goal is. What if it's arguably a scenario where it's a family scene where it's shown that a man sitting in a couch watching TV with a little boy next to him, and a mother is in the kitchen, a woman is in the kitchen with a girl helping mother. Now, what if these roles were reversed? What if it was shown that there's a little boy who's helping the father in the kitchen? Playing with a girl there or watching TV for that matter. So, and does that change the overall objective campaign? If not, then why not? So, and that is, I think, very important for us as an industry, and how advertising, and for that matter, any form of communication, whether it's TV, movies, I think all of that play a big role in how women are represented and how stereotyping takes place for both men and women.
Absolutely.
So this is a long battle, but every step counts, and this initiative, initiative of IAA Voice of Change is something we hope, we're making one step at a time in that.
And before I forget, I think Darshika, you had a point to add there in terms of, the entire social cultural fabric that sort of needs to also change. So before I jump into the audience question, there's so much to talk about, and, sort of we are limited with time, but very quickly that point, and then we jump into the audience questions.
No, thank you. And I would just say what Madhu said on building credibility, extremely important. I never faced any discrimination at work being a woman. But interestingly, I faced discriminated at home, because what happened was you're not brought up to say like the old age of ladki hai, fir chali jayegi types. But you're very empowered. You are. It's very collective approach to decision making in the family. And suddenly I got married, and I realized my parents were not intervening in what I'm doing. They were not willing to come to my place in Mumbai. They were in Lucknow. They were like, okay, what do we need to do about your life insurance now? I said, listen, we've been doing this for the past so many years. What changes? So my father still pays for my life insurance. I insured that. But how do you make these sentiments, and how do you make this social construct, break it through to be able to, be at peace with yourself? I mean, I felt the most discriminated after marriage, not at work. That where I believe my biggest ecosystem or my support system was my parents, and they were not indulging in my lifestyle. And when I had my daughter, I ensured that everybody is in very well rostered to come and take care of her. I didn't feel guilty about it. But you also have to educate your families, your near and dear ones, support systems if you want them. They also come from the same thinking and ethos, and it may not be as easy for them to convert.
Super. So we'll dive into, we've actually received hundreds of questions, but here's a short list of 3. And to start with, there's a question asked by Meeta about 3 tips to make your presence count, especially at a workplace dominated by men. I think I have the answer from Madhu, who said capability is key and just invest in your growth. So I'm taking that as your answer, Madhu, on this question. Absolutely. But I'll move to Sakshi. So Sakshi, 3 tips for women to make their presence felt, especially at a workplace dominated by men.
I think invest in yourself. Knowledge speaks, right? Specialize if you can. I mean, you can go through the grind, but then just pick one area and specialize. I think it goes a long way. You build your credibility. You find your niche. And more importantly, I think take care of yourself. I think that goes a long way. Physically, mentally, we all need to invest in ourselves.
Megha, 3 tips from you. I think Megha is also.
No, I think in the interest of time,
yes.
I think we're all saying the same.
Invest in yourself.
I think we're all saying the same. So I'm good with invest in yourself. Yes. Yeah.
Great. That brings me to the next question. This I'm going to sort of start with Madhumati. When it comes to women, is work-life balance a myth?
So I don't think it's a myth. It can, of course, be achieved. It is difficult. Yes, today's world, which is very competitive, it is difficult. But I think this is where your spousal support, your family support, and the organization support plays a major role. So as I had mentioned before, if we can give women flexi hours, and like I think Megha or somebody said, give it to everyone. And basically today, when you have single family units and it's only the parents and the children, even things like men need paternity leave, men also need flexi hours. So I think organizations should go all out and support lifestyle. As I said, as long as your timelines are not compromised, your project quality is not compromised, it doesn't really matter that you have to be in the office for whatever time which is required. Just be flexible and ensure that your deliverables are there at the end of it. But give the support to people. They need that support, and then your work-life balance can be managed.
Absolutely. Darshika, the HR's point of view on that.
Yes, I think performance is the key. Today, no organization is looking at attendance, what time you're getting in. I work in a regional role with global colleagues. I work remote. Nobody knows what time I'm in, what time I'm out. So as long as deliverables are met, I don't think work-life is an issue. In fact, it's integrated far more genuinely, where today you can work in the evening if you have to take a bank appointment in the afternoon, for instance. So I think it's become much more easier, if I have to say. Yes, obviously the commitment, it's boundaryless. And I shared it, had it been in person, I would have shared it. Today, everybody has their work emails configured on their mobile phones. So it's no more a construct of workplace, but how work comes along wherever you are and the flexibility it gives you to address it.
Absolutely. Closing remarks. So, I'll come to Megha and then over to Sakshi. So closing remarks from you, Megha.
No, I think, on this point specifically, again, I feel very strongly, that invest in yourself, which we were talking about on personal growth from professional point of view. I am a big believer on a personal growth at a personal level, have some kind of an alternative existence. Work cannot be life, and life cannot be only work. So you have to balance that for sure. I have personally benefited on my spiritual path, which I took on a few years ago, and I know how that changed the way I look at work, and I became far more better professional because I invested in myself at a personal level as well. So physical health, mental health, emotional health, all of that plays such an integral role, and not just for women, for men as well, to be the kind of person you are in an organization. So hugely propagate that, just don't I always joke about it. I say, love your job, but don't fall in love with it.
That's a great one. Sakshi, over to you.
Prioritize yourself. It's important to invest in yourself, and ask if you think you need that promotion or you think you deserve it, just ask. Right? I don't hesitate. I think that's where probably we need to focus a bit on ourselves, where we just don't ask. And it's surprising when you start doing that how things change for you. So build knowledge. I think that's something which is a personal and a professional goal for most of us. I think that just changes your outlook. I think knowledge building can take you very, very far. And I think, like I said, physical, mental health, very, very important. Put in those hours, but also put in those hours for yourself.
Absolutely. This isn't truly a conversation that will, get over in an hour. But as I said, we're limited by time. And it's actually been an absolute pleasure and an honor to have all of you on this panel. And thank you so much. I'm sure, each and every woman and man on this audience list would be truly inspired now, women in terms of ensuring now that they invest in themselves, that they make sure that they build capabilities, and, like you also mentioned, Megha, that there's a perfect balance, that they're able to strike both at a personal and at a professional level when it comes to nurturing their talents and themselves overall. And for the men out there, continue to sort of support the women who are wearing their capes and going out there and, proving themselves every day. I think Women's Day is something that needs to be celebrated, not just on one day of the year, but throughout the year. Thank you so much again for this wonderful panel. And that's us signing off from The Future Is She, wishing everyone a happy Women's Day again. Thank you.
Thank you, Imani, and thank you, everyone. It was wonderful.
Hi, shall we start? So, hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Himanshi Dhawan. I would like to welcome you all to this afternoon session by the Times of India, and with us to discuss safety and security are foremost experts on the issue. I just wanted to, set down a few points. Even today, the ratio of women in, say, for instance, the legal profession is 15%. It's 12% in police force and 34% in the field of STEM. So women continue to bear the burden of a bias and a dual responsibility of labor at home and at the workplace. Just this week, we read about the horrific gang rape of a Spanish tourist in Jharkhand. And the incident yet again makes us ask some questions on what our progress has been in the way we have treated women or continue to treat women in our society. Is dignity and self-realization and making our own choices still a long way off for us? And I can think of no better panel of experts who can answer these questions for us. Our panelists include forensic scientist Dr. Rukmini Krishnamurthy, former IPS officer Dr. Miran Chadha Borwankar, and Supreme Court lawyer Seema Samriddhi Kushwaha. Dr. Krishnamurthy has been a pioneer in forensic science, not just holding the position of director of Forensic Science Lab in Maharashtra, but also setting up 6 labs at the time when forensic science was at a nascent stage. She has been instrumental in solving several important cases with her expertise, including the Telgi scam and the 1993 Mumbai blast case. Her inspirational story will soon be part of a Bollywood film. Dr. Miran Chadha Borwankar is IPS of the 1981 batch, who has held several sensitive positions like DG of the Bureau of Police Research and Development and National Crime Records Bureau, Chief of Maharashtra Prisons, and Commissioner of Police, Pune. She's the author of 3 books, the latest being Madam Commissioner, which also, while also writing extensively on police reforms and law and order in leading newspapers. Seema Samriddhi Kushwaha is a Supreme Court advocate and the founder of the Samriddh Bharat Trust. In a legal career spanning 17 years, she has assisted in cases of domestic violence, sexual harassment, bringing justice to survivors of rape, and working towards women's rights. She has most famously represented the parents in the Nirbhaya gang rape case. Thank you all for joining us. And I would like to jump right into the discussion and start by asking Dr. Krishnamurthy, can you tell us about the bias that you faced when you first decided to take up forensic science as a career?
Yeah, it's a long story. Like immediately after my post-graduation, I passed out from Nagpur, and I had a job opportunity in Reserve Bank as a lecturer in Institute of Science, and one through the Public Service Commission in Maharashtra government in forensic laboratory. The other 2 were in Nagpur and this was in Mumbai. My parents were very free and they said, you can choose what you want. Forensic impressed me because I thought this was a direct service to the society. So I took it up. But the moment I joined, I came across a boss who was also from Nagpur. And he said, you have 2 in Nagpur and 1, and that too, this completely man-oriented. So what a lady will do in forensic? That was the first question asked. I would say that sentence made me so exciting. I should join this and show what a lady can do. So that is how I joined, and you won't believe, time is less to tell the difficulty I underwent as a forensic scientist, not allowed to go to scene crime, just asked me to do table work of some people or help someone and all. Then finally I took a stand. See, my appointment letter says I should go to the scene crime, I should do all type of work. Why I'm not allowed? So then Director Dr. Mattu, he was very annoyed and he said, okay, you accompany me. If you all remember, in 1976, there was an fire case in which 48 people were charged to death in a train fire accident. So it was due to the spilling of the kerosene in which a cigar butt fell, and people were not ready to believe that this could happen. So the forensic report was not correctly taken. Then I told him, Director, can we do a pilot experiment and show them? Because this was taught to us in the university, how to do a pilot experiment. So then one garage, one compartment, and the engine was taken, and kerosene was filled and cigar was put, and we could see with the breeze how the fire would be, and it can really burn more than 48 or whatever you can say. So then he was a little impressed by me. Then onward, he gave me chances. Then I said, sir, we do not stop here. We have to go and meet the authority and tell and ban kerosene in public or any inflammable in public sector. So that is how, like, every time I had to fight, no, this is my job, please give me this job. I can give you some examples which in court I had to struggle around, like Madam is there from Supreme Court. So there was a case of kerosene residue. All of us know in our country, whenever men are annoyed with women, they pour kerosene and burn. And this happened in every section of the society, not only in the middle or lower class. This was a case of an MLA who did not like his wife opening out certain political issues to others. So should I continue, or you want to ask something else from me?
Yes. No, this is very interesting. But what you said, I find very interesting, which said that, you have to fight your way to make your presence felt, and so it is not just enough to have talent, but to be very assertive about it. And I wanted to ask Dr. Borwankar what she felt, because whether we like it or not, when we think of a police officer, Dr. Borwankar, we always think of a man in khaki. And that is one of the perceptions that is very hard to beat. How hard was it to make your presence felt in this job, and what has been your personal challenge that you have had to face? Dr. Borwankar, can you hear me?
Himanshi, my journey has been quite like Dr. Krishnamurthy's. In 1981 batch of Indian Police Service, I was the only lady. And I have described it in my book, how in the evening when we would come back from extensive and very intensive indoor training, the male batchmates, there were about 70 of them, and I was the only lady in the Indian Police Service officers mess eating my food. They would play a song, Pag Ghunguru Bandh Meera Nachi Re. These kinds of episodes you have to face. And then once while shooting, I was good in shooting, and many of my batchmates felt I should repeat that. It may be accidental, incidental. So that a woman can shoot well was a question mark for them. But I must say, at different places in life, while undergoing this struggle, men also supported me. So like in this case of shooting, when one of the batchmates said, oh, it's a fluke, why don't you shoot again? It was my ustad, my a physical training instructor, who said, no, sir, women have always had a steadier hand and they have been shooting well. When I wanted district police chief's post, the then chief ministers refused my file and sent the file back twice. But it was the Director General of Police who said that, no, she's capable, she can do it. Let's give her an independent district. And by the time I became Commissioner of Police, which was in 2010, so 1981 to 2010, the situation has changed. Citizens, I must say, were from the beginning very receptive to having women officers. They felt they are more hardworking and more honest. They are fair and just. The colleagues have some issues. And the police hierarchy itself had some issues. But by the time I became commissioner, things had changed. And I found there was a very warm welcome from colleagues, seniors, juniors, and citizens all. So the struggle, yes, but the atmosphere in these 30 years has changed, and for a better and for the good of women.
That's very heartening to know. सीमा जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने स्पेशली कोर्ट में हम लॉयर्स तो काफी देखते हैं जो महिलाएं हैं, पर एक तरह की इनसेंसिटिव क्वेश्चनिंग, एक तरह की एटीट्यूड होता है जब हम डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस या सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट या हरासमेंट के केसेस देखते हैं। तो वो एक पेट्रियार्कल एटीट्यूड होता है, एक डिसबिलीफ होता है कि जो एक सर्वाइवर है वो शायद झूठ बोल रही है, उसको बिलीव करने में दिक्कतें आती हैं। आप थोड़ा उस एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताना चाहेंगी, और थोड़ा आप अपनी जो जर्नी रही है इन विक्टिम्स को, इन सर्वाइवर्स को रिप्रेजेंट करने में, उसके बारे में भी हमको थोड़ा बताएं।
ओके, सबसे पहले हिमांशी मैम, मीनल मैम एंड रुक्मणी मैम, हैप्पी विमेंस डे। आज हम सभी लोग एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इशू पर डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं। अगर हिमांशी मैम मैं अपनी जर्नी की बात करूं तो मेरी अपनी लाइफ भी एक स्ट्रगल वाली है। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश स्टेट के इटावा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के एक बहुत छोटे से गांव से हूं, जो कि गूगल पर भी नहीं है अभी सर्च करने में। मैं मेरे गांव की पहली बेटी हूं जिसको 8th क्लास के बाद 9th में परमिशन मिली स्टडी करने के लिए। एक छोटी सी पंचायत बैठी कि मेरी जिद थी मुझे पढ़ना है, अगर गांव के बॉयज पढ़ने जा सकते हैं, अगर हमारे ब्रदर्स पढ़ने जा सकते हैं, तो मुझे गांव से पढ़ने क्यों नहीं दिया जाएगा, जाने दिया जाएगा। उसके पीछे जब हमारे फादर से बात हुई, उनका कहना कि बेटा सिक्योरिटी इशू है, आप सेफ नहीं हो, करीब 2.5 किलोमीटर जाना है आपको साइकिल चला करके। चंबल रीजन जो है बीहड़ का एरिया है। तो फिर तभी से मेरे मन में एक बात ये थी कि आखिर सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज किसके वजह से है, किसी फीमेल के कारण तो नहीं है। ये एक माइंडसेट है। एज ए जेंडर मेल और फीमेल दोनों को इस सोसाइटी का पार्ट है और साथ में रहना है, बट वो अटैक क्यों करते हैं, वो हमें अनसेफ क्यों करते हैं। तो वहां से जब मैंने मैम ये अपनी स्टडी की शुरुआत करी, आगे बढ़ने की एक फाइट करी, पंचायत बैठी, तो जब मैं स्टडी करने जा रही हूँ तो रास्ते में बहुत सारे नुक्कड़ पर बॉयज खड़े हुए हैं, 4-5 की संख्या में, हूटिंग बाजी कर रहे हैं, कमेंट बाजी कर रहे हैं। तो कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि मेरा लड़कों से झगड़ा भी हुआ, मेरा और भी सिक्योरिटी इशू बढ़ गया कि अब ये लड़कों से मैं झगड़ा कर रही हूँ, ये मुझे हार्म पहुंचा सकते हैं। तो फिर उसके बाद मुझे करीब 40 किलोमीटर जाना था, 2 बस चेंज करके। फिर उसके बाद मुझे LLB करने के लिए जाना था, मुझे ट्रेन से अप डाउन करना था, नाइट की जर्नी भी करनी थी। तो हमेशा मैंने एक डर के साए में अपनी स्टडी कंप्लीट करी। देन आफ्टर मैंने UPSC वगैरह सब दिया, और 2012 में जब निर्भया के साथ ये क्राइम हुआ, मैं जिस PG में रहती थी करीब 35 गर्ल्स थे, करीब उसमें से 20 गर्ल्स को उनके पेरेंट्स ने वापस बुला लिया कि दिल्ली सेफ नहीं है, आप IAS ऑफिसर या आगे कुछ भी ऑफिसर तब बनोगे जब आप सेफ हो गए। मैं रो रही थी, गर्ल्स को रोक रही थी कि नहीं, हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का पार्ट बनना चाहते हैं, हम जुडिशरी का पार्ट बनना चाहते हैं, हम इस कंट्री में कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अगर हम डर के वापस हो गए तो हमारी लड़ाई जो है एक पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन की, वो यही ब्रेक हो जाएगी। निर्भया के साथ जब ये क्राइम हुआ मैम, मैंने उसी दिन डिसाइड किया था कि मैं इन अपराधियों को फांसी के फंदे तक ले जाऊंगी। इतना आसान नहीं था। जब मैंने इस केस को फाइट करना शुरू किया, लोगों ने हमेशा कमेंटबाजी की है। कभी इस कंट्री के अंदर ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि 4 लोगों को एक साथ हैंग किया गया हो, लेकिन वो विल पावर थी, वो एक अंदर से फाइट थी कि निर्भया की कोई गलती नहीं थी, वो बेटी एम्पावर्ड थी, इंटेलिजेंट थी, सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट थी, सब कुछ थी, लेकिन इस सोसाइटी के अंदर वो एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं थी फीमेल के एम्पावरनेस की, उसकी एजुकेशन की, उसको इंटेलिजेंट होने की, उसकी फ्रीडम की। दैट्स वाई कि उन लोगों ने उनके साथ ये क्राइम किया। और निर्भया केस में जो 6 एक्यूज थे, इसमें एक मुकेश सिंह है जिसका BBC ने इंटरव्यू किया था। उसका कहना था कि इसमें निर्भया की भी गलती थी, वो रात में क्यों घूम रही थी, ये माइंडसेट कहां से आया। और इस माइंडसेट की वजह से, क्योंकि उनके अंदर एक्सेप्ट नहीं है एक फीमेल की फ्रीडम का कि वो फ्रीली मूव कर सके, किसी वर्क प्लेस पर है, वहां पर वो एज ए लीडरशिप में वर्क कर सके, वो एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं है। तो मैं फिर जब मैं जुडिशरी में निर्भया के लिए फाइट कर रही थी केस की, मैं एक रूरल बैकग्राउंड की हूँ, लेकिन मेरी वो विल पावर थी, मुझे लॉज पता थे, लेकिन वो इतना मैं उन लोगों के सामने खड़ा होना मेरे लिए डिफिकल्ट था। लेकिन मेरी स्टडी ने, मेरे पूरे रिसर्च ने, और जो मैंने आईएएस की तैयारी करी उस टाइम ड्यूरेशन में, जो मेरा एनालिटिकल अप्रोच था, वो सारी चीजें मैम काम आई। अब बीच बीच में आप अगर इंटरव्यू भी देखेंगे, कई एक एडवोकेट्स ऐसे थे जो डिफेंस काउंसिल थे, उनका कहना था कि वो रात में क्यों घूम रही थी, बेटियों को तो डायमंड की तरह हैं, वो तो एक सॉफ्ट फ्लावर की तरह हैं, उनको प्रोटेक्ट करके। सबसे बड़ी बात आती है प्रोटेक्शन की, हमें नीड क्यों है। और इस चीज को मैं रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ कि भले ही डिले से, लेकिन जुडिशरी ने इन चीजों को बहुत ही माइन्यूट तरीके से इंटरप्रिटेशन करके इस मैटर को रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर केस में लाए, और इन चार एक्यूज की हैंगिंग हुई। एक और केस मैं हैंडल कर रही थी, उस केस में चूंकि ये रेप केस और गैंग मैटर था, गैंग रेप केस था, मर्डर का केस था, उसमें उस बेटी की जो पैंटी है उसको उसका एग्जिबिट कराना था कोर्ट रूम में कि उस पर सीमन था या नहीं। तो जो डिफेंस काउंसिल है, मैं किसी अदर केस की बात कर रही हूँ, उनका ये कहना है कि इसको ठीक से आप एग्जिबिट कराइएगा। मैं एक सिंगल वहां पर एडवोकेट काउंसिल हूँ, ये हाथरस गैंग रेप एंड मर्डर केस की बात कर रही हूँ मैम मैं, तो मैं वहां पर एक फीमेल सिंगल काउंसिल हूँ, और वहां पर करीब 17-18 एडवोकेट्स हैं जो मेल हैं। उनकी कोशिश ये है कि भले ही ये एडवोकेट हैं, लेकिन अगर हम इस तरीके के क्वेश्चंस करेंगे, ये कुछ शर्माएंगी, ये कुछ हेजिटेट होंगी, फाइट नहीं करेंगी। तो जैसे कि अभी मीनल मैम ने कहा कि अगर एज ए फीमेल भी हम वर्क कर रहे हैं, तो हम एज ए वहां ऑफिसर, एज ए प्रोफेशनल अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट करें, वहां मेल फीमेल वाला इश्यू नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली क्या है कि हम किसी भी पोजीशन पे हैं, लेकिन हमें डिफ्रेंशिएट कर दिया जाता है कि तुम फीमेल हो। तो सबसे पहले हमें अपने अंदर ये चीज लानी है कि नहीं, एक हम भी एडवोकेट है, कोई अगर जर्नलिस्ट है, कोई ऑफिसर है, वो उस पोजीशन को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, वो उस अपने जेंडर को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर रहा है। लेकिन अगर सोसाइटी ने ये इंटरप्रिटेशन हमें दी है कि जेंडर सेंसिटाइजेशन, तो भाई आप हमारे लिए सेंसिटिव क्यों बनना चाहते हैं? क्योंकि आपने ही हमें सेंसिटिव बनाया है सोसाइटी की अपब्रिंगिंग में, इन सारी चीजों में। एंड मैम लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की अगर बात करें, तो जो भी कन्विक्शन रेट है, अगर हम आउट ऑफ कंट्री की पूरी बात करें, तो 30 से 25% है। तो मेरा हमेशा ये जुडिशियल में रहता है क्वेश्चन कि जो 70% क्रिमिनल हैं, एक्यूज हैं, जो क्राइम कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे सोसाइटी का पार्ट है। अभी वो जेल में नहीं है, वो प्रिजन में नहीं है, तो वो अगेन उनका जो हौसला है वो बढ़ता है क्राइम करने का, और उनको लगता है जुडिशरी हमारा कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा। तो डिटरेंस नहीं है, एक डिटरेंस ना होने के कारण। और दूसरा जो इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, कि हमारी जो अपब्रिंगिंग हो रही है, बेटा बेटी की अपब्रिंगिंग में ही हम डिफ्रेंशिएट कर देते हैं कि आपके लिए चार दीवारी है, आप सॉफ्ट बन के रहना है, आपको सुंदर दिखना है, और लड़कों के लिए फील्ड है, क्रिकेट खेलेंगे, बैडमिंटन खेलेंगे। जहां मैं रहती हूँ, मैं देखती हूँ एवरी संडे जब मैं जाती हूँ, पूरा मैदान भरा होता है लड़कों के, वो स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे हैं। फिर हम बेटियों से बात करते हैं कि फिजिकली एम्पावर्ड करो अपने आप को। अगर चार लड़के आपसे आपको अब्यूज कर रहे हैं, आपके साथ कोई भी क्राइम कर रहे हैं, आप कैसे अपना डिफेंस ले पाओगे? तो फीमेल को भी मुझे लगता है कि अपनी इस मेल के परसेप्शन से जिस तरीके से हमने अपने आप को बनाया, उससे बाहर निकलना है। हमें भी अगर फाइट करनी है तो मसल्स पावर की जरूरत है। हमें भी अगर आगे बढ़ना है, बिजनेस करना है, तो डेफिनेटली फादर की प्रॉपर्टी में हमें भी मेरा हक चाहिए, राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट जो आया 2005 में। अगर हमें भी वोकल बनना है, तो मे बी कि हमें वो सॉफ्ट वाला अपना नेचर नहीं दिखाना है, वो है हमारे रिलेशंस के लिए, लेकिन फाइट करनी है तो हमें अपने परिवार के अंदर भी वोकल बनना है। रिएक्शनरी हमें बनना होगा। अगर हम रिएक्ट नहीं करेंगे, टॉलरेट करेंगे, तो मैम फिर जब मीटू कैंपेन होता है, तो उसमें देखिए करोड़ों फीमेल फ्रंट पर आ जाती है। ये हिडन सोसाइटी का कुछ पार्ट है, जो कि जिस पर मुझे लगता है कि प्रॉपर तरीके से जो लोग कानून बना रहे हैं, जो जेंडर सेंसिटाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, वो उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना चाहते हैं। और नंबर ऑफ केसेस, अगर रेप केसेस की बात करें, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की बात करें, डोमेस्टिक का मतलब ये एक फैमिली, एक हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन, उसमें कैसे वायलेंस हो सकता है? लेकिन हो रहा है। और जब हम कोर्ट में कोई फीमेल एफआईआर कराती है 498A में, तो कहा जाता है कभी आपने 100 नंबर पुलिस को कॉल किया क्या आपके पास मेडिकल रिपोर्ट है? तो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस में मेडिकल रिपोर्ट कोर्ट देख करके डिसाइड करती है कि वायलेंस हुआ है, तो आपको मतलब कहीं ब्लड से कभी कोई इस तरीके का ब्लड निकला हो, आपको बहुत ही चोट आई हो, तब ये डिफाइन होगा। जबकि हमारा 498A इंडियन पिनल कोड कहता है कि मेंटल एंड इमोशनल डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस में भी कवर होता है वायलेंस। तो मेंटल इमोशनल डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की बात ही नहीं हो रही है। तो मैम जुडिशरी में भी जो इंटरप्रिटेशन है, मुझे लगता है कि नंबर ऑफ फीमेल अगर जजेस के फॉर्म में होंगी, अगर वो बार एसोसिएशन का पार्ट बनेंगी, तो हमारे परसेप्शन से सोसाइटी जो अभी रन कर रही है वो एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव वर्क होगा, उसमें मॉडिफिकेशन होगी, तो डेफिनेटली बहुत अच्छे से चेंज आएगा। और विमेन इस सोसाइटी का वो पार्ट बनेंगी जो कि निर्णय लेकर के इस सोसाइटी के कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम करेंगी और मॉडिफाई करेंगी, तो डेफिनेटली बहुत कुछ चेंज देखने को मिलेगा और कंट्री भी ग्रोथ करेगी।
जी नहीं, सीमा जी, आपने बड़ी वैल्यूबल बात बोली कि एक तरफ से तो महिलाएं तैयार हैं ये बीड़ा उठाने के लिए और लड़ भी रही हैं, बट हम इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म बहुत स्लो देखते हैं। तो डॉक्टर बोरवणकर जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी, आई वांटेड टू आस्क यू कि do you feel sometimes that police as an institution, for instance, the law and order machinery, there are women who are trying to who are making, like yours, are making waves, are trying to push the envelope there, but the institution is too slow in recognizing or in giving them enough a forum for progress?
In this also, I would say things are changing. Initially, it is true that when women as a victim would approach police station, the police officers would question and cross-question so much as to make her feel uncomfortable, also suspect the very complaint that she would bring. And many a times the society, including the officers, would suspect the character of a girl, a woman victim. Like if you are, I'll give you an example. Once I got a call from very agitated girls that a policeman had reached and they were trying to take them to the police station, when in fact they had complained of harassment by the local boys. I said, okay, give the phone to the police officer who has reached and who is trying to put you in the van and take you to the police station. When I asked it was an assistant sub-inspector, I said, why are you taking them? He said, it's true that the boys are harassing these girls, but why are they wearing such short clothes? Why are they wearing frocks? He said. So it is true that late going out for girls, women, their clothes, their conduct, that has been suspected, that has raised the eyebrows of male officers. But with now 12% women in police stations, in police all over the country, their presence is about 12%, and we want to increase it up to minimum 30%, 33%. The situation is changing. Plus, now as per the Supreme Court, any women victim statement is generally to be recorded only by female officers, and in exception, if there is no female officer in the police station, a male officer, who are being repeatedly sensitized about this issue, that don't suspect a woman complainant, take her complaint, empathize, sympathize, and proceed as per law. So my answer is yes, it has been a reality. Yes, we have not been able to change it totally, but we are on our way. Regular sensitization, gender sensitization workshops are being taken by police themselves and also with the help of academicians and lawyers.
Okay. Dr. Krishnamurthy, I wanted to ask you about what you thought of, you joined the workforce in the 70s, and there was an expectation of keeping the house running and children well behaved and having everything together, even when you might be a forensic scientist and the foremost one in office, but at home you would have to have your act together. Did you face that as a bias or as an expectation from society, from people around you? I think. Dr. Borwankar, would you?
Yeah. To tell you very frankly, my husband and my family was very supportive. You can hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So they were very supportive. That was bring to me, and that is how I could like manage most of the very serious type of cases where I had to prove myself. Being a woman, I can do it. Example is the 93 case. Where actually it was so difficult for me heading that division, how I would do it, because all of you know that was the biggest terror act which had happened in Mumbai, where so many people were dead and injured, and at the time the reports were required, and so many agencies after that to see that they can do it instead of mobile laboratory. I would say it was our CP who was very kind enough to say that this madam is capable of doing it, and luckily we had the instruments from the United Nations at that time. And even today, I can remember the day I had to struggle about putting my people into it, because most of them thought how a lady can run the show, and we should hand over the case to the CBI or other agency. Even Interpol was there. So it was the faith which the CP had in me and the CM, that I had to struggle, and you won't believe, for 30 days I did not go home, and I had to work for it. And my children and my husband, they were so cooperative. They helped me out at every thing. That is how I could manage this. Subsequently, 2611 and so many other important cases I could handle only because of the support of the family, my organization, and my people. I'm really running short of the time because my name is being called. So I think I would just say a few more words. Right now, I'm into taking forensic to the corporate industry and film, and telling ladies how this field can help every sector of the society. As you have asked, how we can tell what is good. And I'm also academic council member of the National Forensic University, where different field of the forensics are taught to all. And I'm happy to tell you nearly 50% of the students are ladies. As I'm really short of it, can I leave the session because the event is going on and they are calling out for me.
Sure, sure.
Is it okay?
Yes, thank you so
I
much.
think
Yeah.
most of your thing, because very correctly you tell you, forensic is taking up in a big way where ladies are doing things which I had to struggle for with quite an unique way at front and also at the workplace.
Right.
And as you know, with the digital thing, forensic is becoming very important. So corporate forensic, industry forensic, and film, we are helping them out.
Thank you for this, Dr. Krishnamurthy.
Retirement, I'm heading one company, Helix. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to all my panelists.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you. सीमा जी, मैं आपसे बात करना चाहती थी कि आप जो महिलाएं अब मतलब हमारे अभी भी वी डोंट हैव अ चीफ जस्टिस हु इज अ वुमन. आज भी हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशनली लॉयर्स हैं, पर जैसे आपने बड़ी अच्छी तरह हमको समझाया कि क्रिमिनल लॉ में जो ये हार्ड केसेस जो हैंडल करते हैं वो कम है. कॉर्पोरेट लॉ में शायद ज्यादा है बिकॉज दो आर कंसिडर्ड सॉफ्ट केसेस. तो थोड़ा सा लीगल एज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन कितना पीछे है और कहाँ तक उसको आगे बढ़ना है, उसके बारे में आप थोड़ा मेरे को बताएंगे प्लीज.
हाँ बिल्कुल मैम, एक्चुअली एक हमारे भारत की सबसे पहले जो एडवोकेट कार्नेलिया जी थी, और जब वो कार्नेलिया जी एज ए एडवोकेट कोर्ट में जाती थी, तो स्टार्टिंग में तो उन पर लोगों ने ट्रस्ट ही नहीं किया कि एक कोई फीमेल केस भी जिता सकती है। फिर धीरे धीरे कुछ केसेस मिले उनको, और उन्होंने अपनी प्रैक्टिस अच्छी करी, और बाद में वो क्रिमिनल लॉयर में बहुत अच्छे पोजीशन पे थी। लेकिन अभी जब हम 21st सेंचुरी में इतना डेवलप हो गए हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इन रियलिटी अगर हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया की बात करें, मैम कुछ गिने चुने लॉयर्स हैं। अभी आप देखेंगे जितने भी हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेंचेस हैं बनी हैं, 370 की अगर हम बात करें, आर्टिकल की, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड की बात करें, या फिर हम सेम सेक्स मैरिज की बात करें, जो कि बहुत ही ऐसे इश्यूज हैं इस कंट्री के अंदर, और वहां पर भी आप देखेंगे कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन बहुत कम है। और पूरे उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेंच में नॉट अ सिंगल जस्टिस नहीं है, कोई भी लेडी। अब इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड पर अगर एक फीमेल अपना वर्जन देना चाहती है पॉलिटिकल रिफॉर्म के लिए, अगर 370 पर, इवन की सेम सेक्स मैरिज पर अगर एक फीमेल अपना वर्जन देना चाहती है कि ये सोसाइटी के लिए ठीक है या नहीं, कैसे करना चाहिए, तो जब वहां रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है हमारा, तो कोई भी मेल पर्सन जो इंटरप्रिटेशन कर रहा है वो उसका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है, हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू नहीं आ पा रहा, क्योंकि हमारी रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है। तो ये बहुत जरूरी है कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया में 31 जजेस हैं, उसमें कम से कम, अगर पार्लियामेंट में अभी 33% रिजर्वेशन को पास किया गया है, तो कम से कम वहां पर भी 33% एडवोकेट्स होनी चाहिए। दूसरा क्वेश्चन आता है कि चूंकि लॉयर्स उस लेवल पे फीमेल नहीं है, इसलिए हमें उन्हीं में से चूज करके जस्टिस बनाना है। तो फिर ये बात आ जाती है ग्रास रूट लेवल पे, कि अभी भी एक ये सोसाइटी के अंदर एक ट्रेंड है कि बहुत वोकल, और वो भी एक एडवोकेट लेडी से मैरिज कौन करेगा, वो तो लड़ने वाली होती है, जबकि वो रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है होती है केसेस को। तो ये जो परसेप्शन बना है, तो बेटियों को भी अगर उनको आफ्टर ग्रेजुएशन, आफ्टर 12 अगर कराना है, तो टीचिंग के लिए या फिर डॉक्टर के लिए, इंजीनियर के लिए, एडवोकेसी में आने से उनको अभी भी रोका जाता है कि नहीं, वकालत नहीं करनी है आपको, ये ठीक नहीं है। क्योंकि वकालत करने का मतलब ही है कि आप कहीं ना कहीं इनडायरेक्ट वे में फाइट कर रहे हैं, आर्ग्यू कर रहे हैं, और आर्ग्यू करती हुई फीमेल जब वो अपने आप को प्रूफ करती है किसी पोजीशन पे, तब तो उसको एक्सेप्ट किया जाता है, बट इन जनरल फैमिली के अंदर कहीं पर भी उसको नहीं किया जाता है। तो जब तक यहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं होगी थ्रू रिजर्वेशन, तब तक बहुत मुश्किल है कि वहां पर जाकर के रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो फीमेल का। तो जब, और ऐसी डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस केसेस का, जैसे अभी मैंने पहले एग्जांपल दिया मैम, कि बहुत सारे केसेस ऐसे हैं कि जहां पर अगर जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है, एक फीमेल से ज्यादा कौन बता सकता है कि वो क्या फील कर रही है, उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन क्या होना चाहिए। अगर मैरिटल रेप पर है मैसेज, तो आप किसी फैमिली जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशन को रोकने के लिए, एक फीमेल के अंदर क्रुएलिटी हो रही है, उसका राइट टू लिव, उसका फंडामेंटल राइट, वो मैटर नहीं कर रहा है। एक सोसाइटी का स्ट्रक्चर इतना मैटर कर रहा है कि आप अपने हस्बैंड पे जो कितना भी क्रुएलिटी करे, उसको, क्राइम को आप रेप कंसिडर नहीं करेंगे। तो अगर मुझे लगता है कि वहां पर जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन बढ़ेगा, तो जो इंटरप्रिटेशन आएगी फीमेल के तरफ से, वो सोसाइटी को डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं करेगी, वो कहीं कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम करेगी, और जो फीमेल भी, उनके साथ वायलेशन नहीं होगा, उनके साथ इस तरीके का क्राइम नहीं होगा, तो वो पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में वर्क कर पाएगी। और मैंने तो बहुत सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट की अगर मैं बात करूं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे केसेस में मैं ट्रायल में भी होती हूँ मैम, तो वहां मैंने देखा है, हाथरस केस की बात कर रही हूँ, जब मैं गई वहां पर मुझे 3 एडवोकेट है फीमेल, सिर्फ 3 आउट ऑफ वहां 800 एडवोकेट्स में। अब वहां पर जो माहौल भी है, जो एटमोस्फियर है उनके लिए वर्क करने का, वो नहीं है पॉजिटिव। और सीनियर को भी अगर उनको ज्वाइन करना है, तो उनके लिए वो कंफर्टेबल माहौल नहीं है, वो उनके लिए चैम्बर नहीं है, वो कैसे करेंगे। तो ये फैसिलिटी उनको दी जानी चाहिए, हर लेवल पे उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन का होना चाहिए। और इसमें नो डाउट कि जो हमारी फीमेल हर फील्ड में, एडवोकेसी में भी, जर्नलिज्म में, हर जगह उन्होंने एक पोजीशन पे आई हैं और रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हैं बहुत अच्छी सी चीजें, लेकिन उनका परसेंटेज बहुत कम है। इस देश की 50% आबादी है फीमेल की, और वो ड्यू टू सिक्योरिटी रीजन, ड्यू टू लैकिंग ऑफ मनी और अदर थिंग्स, सोसाइटी में एक्सेप्टेंस ना होने की वजह से वो नहीं वर्क कर पा रही हैं। तो ये पूरा एक सिस्टम ऐसा बना हुआ है, मैकेनिज्म जो है सिस्टम, इसमें बहुत चेंज की जरूरत है। और इसमें सबसे ज्यादा चेंज जो करना है, माइंडसेट वो चेंज करना है मेल पर्सन को करना है, उनके अंदर एक्सेप्टेंस डेवलप करनी है, उनको वो माहौल प्रोवाइड करवाना है जहां पर फीमेल को सपोर्ट की नहीं, वो अपने आप को एक्सपोजर के साथ आगे बढ़ सके, वो खुद अपने आप को प्रूव कर सके, वो फैसिलिटी उसको प्रोवाइड करवानी है। तो वैसा ही हमारे जुडिशरी में भी मैम है, और अभी बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है, अभी शायद 4 लेडी जज हैं आउट ऑफ 31, तो कम से कम एटलीस्ट वहाँ 33% होगा। तो जुडिशरी में भी बहुत अच्छे से रिफॉर्म देखने को मिलेगा। जैसे कि निर्भया केस की बात करें, 7 ईयर लग गया। अब ये 7 ईयर केसेस में जब टाइम ड्यूरेशन जा रहा है, लग रहा है हमारी देश की आबादी जो है, संख्या निरंतर बढ़ते जा रही है, लेकिन हमने अपने जजेस की संख्या, इवन की पुलिस की संख्या, अभी मिनल मैम है जान रही है, मैंने देखा है दिल्ली में जो केसेस मैं करती हूँ कि एक एक आईओ के पास, इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर के पास 10-10 केसेस है। कोई व्यक्ति क्राइम करके अगर बिहार भाग गया तो उसको वहां से भी अरेस्ट करके लाना। पुलिस में भी अगर ग्रास रूट लेवल की बात करें तो अभी 3 लॉज अमेंडमेंट होकर के आए हैं, उनको नहीं पता है, उतना प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग नहीं है। तो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स बैठे हैं, वो बहुत अच्छे लेवल पे वर्क कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो लोअर क्लास है वहां पर उनकी वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप नहीं हुई है। अभी भी फीमेल डरती है पुलिस से, और अगर फीमेल पुलिस है तो उनका भी कहना है, वो उनका जो वे ऑफ टॉकिंग है वो सेंसिटिव तरीके से नहीं बात करते, कहते तो तू एक काम कर, ऐसे कर ले, वैसे कर ले। वो फीमेल जो वोकल नहीं, जिसके साथ क्राइम हुआ, पहले उसकी काउंसलिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट है, पहले उसको एक इमोशनल सपोर्ट की जरूरत है, तब वो बात अपनी बोल पाती है। बहुत सारी फीमेल को मैम ये नहीं पता है कि जो उसके साथ क्राइम हुआ है वो कहती है मेरे साथ गलत काम हुआ है, वो रेप शब्द का यूज नहीं कर रही, और कोर्ट इंटरप्रिटेशन कर रही है कि उसने तो रेप टर्म का यूज नहीं किया, गलत काम को कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे आप। तो ये अवेयरनेस सोसाइटी में बहुत जरूरी है मैम, और अगर ये होगा तो
हाँ, आपने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात करी, एक परसेप्शन की, और हमारे एक व्यूअर ने एक सवाल भी भेजा है। Dr. Borwankar ji, I will like to ask you, this is Winnie Mudgal Seth, who is the director of a security services company, VS4. And she says that I'm running a security agency and I'm struggling to get lady security guards despite a lot of vacancies, because customers ask for a male person. They don't want to, they don't have the confidence to hire a female security guard. Whereas we have seen that very many times when you have women security guards, they not only are able to de-escalate a situation, they are able to tackle things and can be as ferocious or as scary as possible, or as intimidating. So how would you react to this question, and what would you like to say about it?
The acceptance of women and women joining as security guards is also very recent. And when I go around, I see many places having women as security guards. So I'm surprised that their agency is finding it difficult. Maybe compared to men, it's more difficult to get women as security guards, but their presence is felt by all of us now these days. And it is true. Whenever there is a new avenue which opens up for women, they take some time. And they also have to have the consent of their families, which men don't need. See, if a male says that he's tomorrow going and getting inducted and recruited as a male security guard, no eyebrows would be raised. But in case of a woman going and joining, maybe her parents won't allow, maybe her husband will not agree. Therefore, their working as women security guards is recent in time. It will take some more time for acceptance, both by the customers, the agencies which are hiring, and the institutions which are accepting, as well as with the families. This issue came also when women were permitted to join police. I remember having held a recruitment in Satara district of Maharashtra, where very few women responded. And mind you, none of them could pass through the physical requirements kept by Maharashtra police at that time. we had to reduce the so-called criteria for physical for women, because we had not realized that, or maybe the leadership had not realized that you have to have different criteria. Once the criteria was made different as per the gender, they started coming for the recruitments, and today we have, as we discussed, about 12% of them. So my reply to the lady who asked the question, or the gentleman who asked the question, is be patient, increase the awareness of both the institution which is hiring women as well as the areas from which you are inducting women. More women will come. More institutions will be ready to accept them once, as an agency, you talk to them and show them that women security guards are probably performing better than even male, because generally women are more conscientious, more honest, more hardworking. So the projection by the security agency itself should show the institutions which are hiring guards that women guards are an asset and not a liability.
Absolutely. On this very hopeful note, I'd like to end this session. We do realize that our society is slowly but surely moving towards, for some of us more slowly than others, but I think there is hope that there will be change, and but what is far more important, what is underlined with this panel is that, and your opinions is that there is a need for men to rise to the occasion and bring in this change in their perception, because otherwise we are really not going anywhere. I want to end with a quote from a famous educationist, Savitribai Phule, on women's rights are not a privilege, but a fundamental aspect of human rights. And when we realize that, and when we can appreciate that, I think we will be on our way much faster forward. Thank you so much, Dr. Borwankar ji, and thank you so much, Seema ji, for your time and for giving us so much of insight. And I think it was very valuable for people to learn about your personal challenges. You are role models for the society, and I'm sure that will help and inspire a lot of people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.